UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. Back again. I am your werewolf, and today we'll be talking about Transformers. And with a special guest today, with our friend here, Matthew Flynn, the Guyver, the Transformer of affiliate, the Transformer scholar, the Transformer scribe, Matthew Flynn. Say hello to everybody, Matthew Flynn.
Hello, chat. How are you?
And judging by your icon,
It's
you've been a long time fan of Transformers, haven't you?
Yep. These are actually the same. It's the same image from Troy's birthday stream. I don't know if you saw
As
that
we all
whole.
saw.
Yep.
Oh, I was there. I was all through that. I stuck around way long, so I was able to hear Jedi Zootopia's voice. I was able to hear your voice. I believe I heard who else joined there?
Back
I
to the
can't
drawing
remember.
board. I believe was the other.
We'll refresh when we do the back. Yeah, back to the drawing board. But yeah, and of course the geek and Silent Graver were the prime the prime guests that really took the show. And before we begin, let me welcome everybody to the chat real quick because we kind of paused there. So
Yeah.
let me highlight John Shelton, who was here, and he said he loved G1 ever since 1984. That's actually 3 years before I was even born. I was born in '87, and that's where I got my that's where I stuck my teeth in late into Transformers. And we also have Brian Gilmar with his trademark. Sorry, the Guyver guy. I'm getting their nicknames mixed up. What is wrong with me today? I guess I'm too excited to talk about Transformers. Let me start that over. We have the Maverick Hunter Saint, Brian Gilmartin, with us, and we also have the Schooner of the Tuna, Schooner Tuna, right here today as well, who's going to be joining me next week for our review of Season 3 X-Men Evolution. So tune in to that, guys. And if anybody want to join in as well, I have an open slot as well. So you can have me and Schooner Tuna and yourself talking about Season 3 of X-Men Evolution. If you haven't seen that season, please check it out. It's a good season, by the way. And we also have Melissa Harris giving us the what's up, the in. And she says, I will see you guys tonight for Professor Geek's Thursday stream. Good luck on the stream, Wolf 10, and see you guys tonight. Thank you, Melissa Harris. And son, take care of your son. Be very you know what, Melissa, like I said, as always, for those who missed this stream, always catch us on the back watch. Trust me. Add your comments in too, and let me know what kind of topics you want me to cover for next WCR, because Thursday will be the free topic day. I'm still covering X-Men Evolution, and maybe in the future, me and Schooner will be covering the entirety of the movies. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's get into the topic today: talking Transformers. And Matthew Flynn, I'm gonna let you lead through this, because my only experience was like a few episodes into Transformers, the original Transformers. My main forte is G1, and my main forte is Beast Wars, Beast Machines, Armada, and snippets of Energon. Then we got into a little bit of anime, which I kind of skipped because I could not stand that animation or the comedy in that one. That one was a bit weird. I did watch a little bit of Prime. I didn't really get into Beast Hunters yet because cable got canceled. And then we can talk more. We can talk a lot about the Bayfarmers, of course. Definitely the Bayfarmers. Even the video games, if you like. So I won't take up too much of the time here. I will leave the floor to you now, Matthew. Go ahead and say what you have to say. Tell us your passion, basically. Your passion about Transformers. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, actually, because I'm on the younger side, I started watching Transformers about early 2000s because obviously the Beast Wars was going on when I was born, and also Beast Machines. But I actually didn't start watching with those shows. I actually started watching with multiple of the Transformers shows that were coming out because I'd watched bits of G1, some Beast Wars episodes, Beast Machines episodes, some Robots in Disguise, and also some Armada. I was basically watching not all of them all at once, but like I would be like bouncing between them. And of course, I would either go into a store and buy a Transformer when I see one, or someone or family member will buy me a Transformer as a gift. In fact, the first Transformer I ever got was the Energon Omega Supreme, who is on the other side of my room right now. I've actually had him,
Nice.
I would say, I wouldn't even say I got him when I was young because I don't remember a time without having that toy. If it was possible, I would say I was probably born with that toy.
Yeah. I I guess a good comparison would be you being Guts embracing your sword every night in a way. That
Yeah,
have you ever read Berserk, or at least watched
I watched
the
the nine.
94
Yeah, I watched.
anime?
Yeah, I watched the '94 anime, and I have the first 3 volumes of Berserk. I'm still working on collecting more of the manga.
I'm moving on. I'm currently trying to move through the eclipse as we speak. I'm reading the manga. I know what happens after the eclipse, but I'm still witnessing the eclipse. But yeah, that's from what you're saying with you being born with Omega Supreme. I would say I'm drawing an image of you in your bed at night, holding your buddy there, like like how we always had our favorite toy when we laid in bed, and we would not go to bed until we won't sleep unless we had that in our. Do you, bruh, that's I have to ask the audience this: did you guys ever had that, like, where you had that specific toy that you had and you went to bed with it just to sleep? Dang, now that I bring that up, that's a I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm reminiscing right
Yeah.
now. Continue, Matthew. We have Matt
Yep.
New, by the way, here saying his usual stuff. Meep. Meep meep. Go ahead. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, I've actually not been. I've actually been collecting Transformers since 2015 because that's when the the Prime Wars trilogy toy line started. Obviously, there was more toy lines before that because obviously there was the Armor. Well, actually, every show had a toy line because obviously there was lesser characters in the actual
Right.
shows in the actual toy line. Because like the Beast Wars, the actual cartoon had a very specific number of characters, and then but the
They
toy line
did.
itself, there was a whole bunch of toys that just didn't appear in the show. Like there was
Yeah.
the polar bear Maximal called Polar Claw, who literally he never appeared in
Mm-hmm.
the show, but he had a toy. Yeah,
An elephant.
actually, yeah,
I think it was a mammoth, though.
yeah. All I
It might
remember
have
it
been a
was
mammoth
a like
an African elephant. Yeah.
yeah, but
I think there was a lion too, at some point.
yeah, there
They
was
had a lot.
actually there was 2 different lines. There was Brave Convoy and no, it wasn't Brave. Yeah, it was something Convoy, and then a different one called Leo Convoy, who was the maximal leader of the Beast Wars second anime. There's like the
Oh yeah.
whole separate continuity for the Japanese Transformers stuff because it's actually funny when you think about it. There's Transformers has probably one of the biggest multiverses is alongside Marvel and DC. I mean, it even has the potential to be bigger, have a bigger multiverse than them, because every year we get a new toy line, which is a part of a new continuity. So you're basically
Yep.
always
They
getting,
also bleed in.
yeah, because multiple elements from older shows go back into newer shows. Like some of the creation myths from the older
They
shows
tie
get
in.
revisited or reinterpreted into the new shows. Like with Unicron, he has two separate origins when it comes to the comic and the cartoon. Because the cartoon goes with the origin that he was created by an alien called Primacron, but
Mm.
the Marvel UK comic established a completely different origin for him, because it introduced him as basically a primordial god from the beginning of time, along with his brother Primus, and basically showed them battling each other, and then Primus tricking Unicron into trapping his spirit in an asteroid. I am simplifying the origin a little bit. Although I do have the comics on the shelf next to me. I think it's volume 5. Yeah, and
Awesome.
the more cosmic origin for Unicron is the one that fans kind of gravitate towards more. Even the UK writer for Transformers, Simon Furman, he actually was carried over to the US comic and started writing that. And he included this origin in the US comic. He's actually been writing Transformers comics basically since the 80s, because he's got stories in Dreamways comics, IDW comics. He even has a few
Awesome.
specific
So
Transformers
you,
characters that he cites as his favorite. Yeah, go on, you say that again?
I was saying you have a very expensive collection there. Very expensive, from toys to comics to. Were there any novelizations for Transformers ever written? Are you
I
do you know anything about that? If there ever is, excuse me, if there ever was any novelization of Transformers, would you have known about that, or are you are you aware of that? I don't
there
know.
was
I'm just letting you
yeah
know right now. I don't know if there is, but I'm asking you. Go ahead.
yeah. Most of there was no like no, well, back in the 80s there was no novels of Transformers. There was a comic adaptation of the 86 animated film. It was like a 3-issue comic. That, that's actually
Okay.
included in a trade paperback of the original US comic that you can buy. It's been put out by IDW. There were a few Transformers novels later on, but they weren't like novelizations, they were like their own stories where they take place in a
Right.
different continuity from G1.
So uh, while we're starting with G1, uh, I have to ask you this as a fan: who is your favorite Autobot, or at least do you have more than one favorite Autobot?
I do have more than one. It's Cliff Jumper, Hot Rod, obviously Optimus Prime himself,
Yes,
and also the G1 headmaster leader Fortress Maximus, who
Fortress
also like
Maximus.
he was he actually was included
I
in the
mean, I don't know
cartoon.
him specifically, but his name, man, his name is pretty
Yeah,
dope.
yeah.
Mine's were mine's were Bumblebee, um, Jazz, Optimus, of course. But the one I was really paying attention the most, or at least my top favorite, is always Grimlock, because he was a dinosaur, and at the time, I always wanted to be an archaeologist, and dinosaurs like always on my head. So like ever since Land Before Time, and then Jurassic Park, every time I saw like a dinosaur character in a show, I immediately like latch onto it until Power just came along, and my love for wolves start kicking up since when Billy became the wolf in the ninja era of Power Rangers, the season 3.
Yeah.
But like before that happened, like Grimlock was like my favorite because he was a T Rex and he's king. Me Grimlock king.
And not forgetting the most important detail, he can breathe fire. Actually, all the Dinobots can.
Oh yes, yes I can.
Nothing says awesome like a giant robot fire-breathing T-Rex.
Or a very pissed off Triceratops. Or a wisecracking pterodactyl. We call him a pterodactyl. Technically, he's a pteranodon, but he's obviously supposed to be a pterodactyl in swoop. Supposed to be a pterodactyl in the G1 Transformers.
Yeah.
But the correct classification is that he's a pteranodon because he has no tail, obviously.
Yeah.
But I liked him
And
too. He was pretty cool, especially that one scene. There was one scene where he was dodging these missiles that kept redirecting and trying to hit him, and he got so tired. He was like, "Oh yeah, me swoop. Forgot that I can transform." And he transforms and he fires his own missiles to counteract the missiles. I like that one too when he's protected Spike and I guess his future love life, the love is life.
Carly.
And that's where
I think
it was a cool scene. Yeah, Carly. Well, we gonna talk, dude. Now that you mention it, we're gonna talk about that when we get to the Bayformers talk. We're definitely gonna talk about that.
Yeah.
Because now that you mentioned that, I'm like, oh no. But now I think we covered your favorite Autobots. Now, who is your favorite Decepticons?
That would be Skywarp, Cyclonus, Megatron himself, and also Galvatron. The Decepticon 6-shot, and not forgetting the figure that is the centerpiece of my collection, the Scorponok, or who's the Decepticon headmaster leader.
Is he part of the Insecticons too?
He is not an Insecticon. He's
okay.
I mean, he turns into a giant scorpion, and a base.
Okay.
He's referred to as a Titan. That's what all of the much larger characters, like Metroplex, Fortress Maximus. They're all like the larger character.
I like the Constructicons and Starscream. The reason why I like Starscream was because he's a jet, and I was another big part of the thing I was like, and since I saw Top Gun, I was very into jets. So when Starscream came, I don't know whenever I saw Top Gun, but like that kind of bled into my liking of Starscream, given the fact that he's a jet, and there was also I think Ravage because he's a Jaguar. Laserbeak. They're not Cybertrons. They're just extensions to Soundwave, right?
Yeah,
wouldn't you agree? Or
yeah, they're like small minions.
Yeah.
I suppose the best thing would be called the Micromasters, even though they're technically not a part of that group. I mean, they've been retroactively referred to as Micromasters. Yeah, you were.
Yeah, that's an extension of who's my favorite Decepticons. I would say probably Soundwave 2 or at least Shockwave 2. Even though he only he's only there for the beginning part of the series.
Yeah,
I
and then a
think
few
he
episodes
when,
later
when did
on.
he enter the fray? Yeah, but
In
that's
the
probably only by
cartoon,
design. As far as like,
yeah,
yeah,
when he was in the first
um,
episode, and then he was in a later episode. I think it's the Ultimate Doom two-parter. I believe is when he reappeared.
yeah.
He appeared sporadically
So
throughout the show.
let me ask you this then. Yeah, let me ask you this. What's your take about the Cybertronian Civil War on Cybertron? Like when you hear and read it being told, the and we all know it varies through multiple iterations of the Transformers universe. Like in G1 we've always see the Decepticons as the ultimate evil, whereas when we get to later iterations we start to see them as more of a different point of view, vying for control with with somewhat legit reasons to why they're doing it. Tell me your take on those the story of the war on Cybertron, the Cybertronian Civil War. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I know early on it's kind of vague how it starts or how it like happens, like with Megatron being built and then him start attacking people and rising an army. And yeah, I think it's Transformers Prime that like shows Megatron to be, well, technically not in the
excuse me.
right about his motives, because Prime does make clear that he's not necessarily fully on board. It's kind of like as if that whole line of thinking isn't what he really thinks, but it's just a mask that he shows to everyone else. I do like
Right.
I do like the added nuance to that, but at the same time, I like that they don't ruin Megatron as being like pure evil, because pretty much every iteration of Megatron, he's basically
Right.
pure evil to some extent.
Yeah, you mentioned about it being vague, and I like that too. Like they keep it vague to where you can like you can probably piece together where it began, how it started, what what led up to it. But at the end of the day, you can still see that one side is fighting for right, and the other one's fight like the other side. At times, you can say that they think that they're right, but the way how they're going about it is wrong. Like, or at least you can also later on think like, hey, they've been fighting this war for too long. Why haven't they compromised yet?
Yeah,
You know, it's a very bitter tale. It's a very bitter tale. And
yeah,
imagine if somebody ever tried to build a prequel where they tell you everything that led up to it. It would not sit well with fans. That vagueness needs to stay there. I will say that the vagueness needs to stay
yeah.
there.
There is a lot of pre-war like details that they haven't really talked about. Not necessarily anything that may cause the war to start, but just details of how their society worked before the war started. I think a few different continuities have like touched on that a little bit, but they mostly don't really focus on that.
Um, Now that we covered a little bit of G1, you want to get into Beast Wars now, or at least actually
Yeah,
no. Before we get into Beast Wars, let's get into let's get into the movie that preceded G1.
oh, you mean the
The
86
'87,
animated 86 movie?
'86.
Yeah, it was 1986.
Yeah, let's get into
That
that
actually
before we get into
happened in the middle
yeah,
of
because
the film. or that happened in the middle of the season, because it was season 1, season 2, 1986 movie, then season 3.
Hmm. Tell me more about that. Tell
Yeah,
us
so
more about that.
basically, after season 2, they then went to the movie. I believe the movie and season 2 were being in production at around the same time. But while the movie was being made, well, after the movie's out, it jumps the timeline forward from 1984, or at that point it would be 1985. They jumped it forward to 2005. So from the
Hmm.
movie onwards, G1 takes place in 2005 and 2006, and then the season 3 picks up right after the end of the movie, and basically, although the movie was actually used as a way of getting rid of a few older characters and introduce new characters, which is why why the movie starts with us being shown like a character, or some of the old characters like Megatron, Starscream, Shockwave, and obviously Optimus, Ironhide, and some of the other older characters, and then also like cuts to showing us characters like Hot Rod, Cup, RC, Springer, Ultra Magnus. Now, some of those new
Oh, I
characters
forgot
that
about
are
RC. RC is one of my favorite too.
actually for a good
Sorry, I didn't mean to
while
cut
she
you off
actually
there.
became
I
like,
was
oh yeah, she actually became like the
continue,
primary
continue.
female character in the show. One, not just the show, but the franchise overall for a while.
Or the example of the Smurfette principle,
Yeah,
as TV trolls had pointed out, which
yeah,
which by the way I have to reiterate to everybody, it's a good source to look up what tropes to use. As far as writing techniques, don't use it. It's not a really good, a legit source to use for writing purposes. It's good for you to recognize tropes, or at least how to use tropes in a good manner, or at least find tropes that does work, you know. But yeah, the Smurfette principle. Do you want me to discuss the Smurfette principle, or are you familiar with the first
yeah.
The Smurfette principle?
Not necessarily, but I can get a pretty good idea of what it is.
So it's like the Smurfs, where we know the origin of Smurfette, right? Where
Yeah,
she
she
was
was.
created to infiltrate the Smurfs,
Yeah,
and now she's an honorary member of their group, being as the designated female of the boys club, as we like to call it. So majority of the '90s shows that had one female of the group or two female of the group, usually that's usually where that trope is in effect, or at least what they like to apply that trope to. When we know that these female characters that were in the '90s and in the 2000s going forward, where we start to see more groups of women being a part of a team, we know that they were way more than the sum of their parts. So the way how I see RC, she's not just the girl. She's an already member of the Autobots, whom Optimus trusts, whom, as we're going to get into when we get to Beast Wars, whom Rat Trap idolized. Obviously, we're not going to discuss it yet, but we'll talk about that
yeah,
when we get there. And there's a reason why he idolizes her. There's a reason why,
yeah,
but she's not. She's not no fat. She's not the male gaze or the male desire. She is one of the boys. She's always. I don't mean to jump into a tangent there, but I have to always have to reiterate like to really lay the groundwork there to say that female characters, especially female characters created by men, are not desire objects. They're there to tell a story with that character, and she's not there to be the eye of the male desire. She is there to work alongside the men, and they treat her as such. She's a soldier, just like they are.
Yeah. It's funny that
Continue
you
what you're saying.
mentioned that.
I didn't mean to go into that side tangent.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned that because Ossie's actually not the first or the only female Transformer. Because the season 2 of the G1 cartoon
Mm-hmm.
introduced a whole team of female Transformers. Because Elita 1, Moonracer,
Yeah.
Chromia,
Yep.
Green Light,
Yep. Definitely.
Firestar, I believe was her name. Although because of trademark reasons, she can't be called Firestar. She has to be called was it Deathfire something? I mean, that's what Hasbro does when they lose the license to a character's name. They'll just like come up with a slightly different name. Like Hot Rod, it has a Target
Yeah.
Master partner called Firebolt, but because they don't have the trademark of that name, they can't call the toy that, so they just call it Fire Drive instead. They've actually done this
Oh
multiple
wow.
times with all different characters. It's actually one of the ways of figuring out
It's
which Transformers character is going to get a new figure, because every 4 years Hasbro has to release a figure, and then within 4 years, so they can keep a hold of the trademark on their name. And if they don't release a figure within those 4 years, or before those 4 years are up, then they lose the trademark and they can't use that name anymore.
excuse me. I'm clearing my throat real quick. Before we get into Beast Wars, I think 30 minutes will be good enough for us to actually get into some comments real quick, because I don't want nobody left behind. So let's get into that, shall we?
Yep.
And I'm guessing we've already answered Brian Gilmartin's question here. You have seen the G1 animated film, and
Yep. Multiple
John
times.
Shelton says, "Me too, because it's just that darn good, man." John Shelton says, "Grimlock," and Schooner Tuna, "You got the touch. You got the power. Yeah." Oh man, I gotta practice singing that song one of these days. I gotta do that. Schooner Tuna again. He says, Peter Cunn's Optimus Prime has and will always be my favorite all the way. Yeah, it's sad to know that the current Rooster Teeth animation of Transformers does not have Peter Cullen's voice for this one. Their voice talent that they have for that show, it's a War for Cybertron animated, and they just got a second season out on Netflix currently.
Yeah,
and I'm not feeling their voices.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that. Mm-hmm. Something really needs to be done about the voice acting for that show. I think it's the way they're like.
I'm like, bro, why does?
Yeah, it's like the fact that
they sound so uninterested.
Like, yeah, it's like this. Whoa! It's like, can you speak a little faster, please? Like, I don't know why they like separate out like every word they say,
or emphasize when they separate. Like, and Megatron's supposed to be this like big tyrant leader, and he sounds so uninterested. Even when he's about to execute Ultra Magnus, spoilers, he sounds so uninterested.
Watched,
and yeah, Ultra Magnus is giving. Say again.
Yeah, I've watched the Siege show on Netflix. I'm in the process of watching the second season of Earthrise, but Netflix, where I am, is being really slow, so it's really taking time to go through.
Yeah, here in the States, we've already received it, and I'm like really hesitant to watch that one. Because the first one didn't leave that good impression. Even the action, it's alright. It's kind of okay, but like it's the fluidity that's not working with me.
Yeah. From what I've seen of Earthrise so far, it's just more of the same so far. So far, I've not seen
Mm.
anything to indicate it's any different.
And let's get to Schooner Tuna's comment here. Me Grimlock, not nice dino. Me bash brains. Guys, if Hasbro, if any of you guys happen upon this stream, which I know you're not, you can hire me for Grimlock if you can't find nobody else. I'll definitely do a Grimlock. I'm sure everybody will. But
Yeah.
please look my way. Of course, John Shelton is also adding his 2 cents on Grimlock. Me Grimlock King. Y'all gonna make my. I'm doing this for you guys, but I'm gonna stress my voice out as much as I can through the stream. Me Grimlock kick butt. Oh, Brian Gilmore has a Megatron line. Such heroic nonsense. That's as best I can get it. I'm not really that good with Megatron. Frank Welker got me beat. if I bet the man, he will win. Let's move down because most people are just doing one word comments. Let's get into full comments now. Schooner Tuna says Megatron always wanted power, but the other Decepticons have legit reasons why they're fighting. Exactly. It kind of mirrors real life somewhat.
Yep.
Brian Martin to Schooner Tuna says, I remember when Galvatron was just that snoot insane. He had potential until the end where he just didn't give a squat. I'm censoring myself, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, that's referring mostly to season 3 of the cartoon. Because in the movie, he was mostly not too different from Megatron in personality. But after the end of the 86 movie, because Rodimus Prime throws him out of Unicron, he actually like flies across the universe and then lands in a planet called Thrall, and he's like in like a pool of plasma, and it like fries his circuits. So when he emerges from it, he's basically insane. He has no qualms about attacking or hitting his own teammates, and like going to like some kind of frenzy and like attacking people. There's actually one. There's actually one episode where.
That's.
There's actually one episode.
I was gonna say. I'm sorry. Let me jump in. Yeah, you can voice that. Go ahead, voice that. I want to say something too, but go ahead and voice that. What's that episode?
Yeah, there's one episode in particular where Galvatron's taken to a planet that's basically a psychiatric ward, and like because his second in command, Cyclonus, is concerned about his unstable mental state, and because Cyclonus has been acting more like the Decepticon leader than Galvatron, it's just Galvatron's basically leader by title. So he takes him there to try and help him, and he ends up not really getting very far. And he then, like, the sidetrack ward itself decides he's too far gone. We're going to have to hook up his brain to the brain of the planet itself. And then Galvatron's insanity infects the planet itself. And funny enough, it actually does of help him. It like clears his madness a little bit, makes him think a little clearly. And then after he's like regained some sanity, he then like commands his Decepticons to follow him, and then he just blows up the planet.
Oh wow! So in a way, that was kind of like a what's that word? Black comedy.
Yeah.
In a way.
I suppose
in a twisted way, you could say it's a black comedy.
Yeah. Or I suppose a campy 80s type comedic way.
Right. Like I said, it's dark humor. let me highlight. I already highlighted Schooner Tuna, and I don't want him feeling left out. So I'll say this one. Megatron always fought for himself. Optimus Prime fought for others. Megatron took his leadership. Optimus Prime always sort of fell into leadership, and that is true. That he's voicing the differences between leadership and what goals are in the between the Autobots and Decepticons. You know,
Yeah.
so that there you have that. He's on point on that one. That's where I saw it from the observation. But he also says
Yeah.
this too about the movie, which we're gonna talk more about soon once we get through the comments here and there. Optimus Prime's death was decided on because the G.I. Joe movie was going to kill Duke. Due to production delays on G.I. Joe, Transformers was released first. The negativity over Prime's demise, and he continues with this one. Excuse me. Made the producers decide to spare Duke. May believe that had G.I. Joe been released first, Prime would have lived. Interesting there. And we have Samuel Proctor here. I think this is his first time being in the stream. I believe so. Probably not. This is probably his second time or third time. Let us know, Samuel Proctor, by the way, in the comments, whether this is your first time being here or your multiple times. But anyways, if he's new here, welcome everybody, Samuel Proctor today. And he says, I grew up with the 2008 Transformers animated show. I loved it. 2008 animated show. Was that Armada?
No, that was Transformers animated.
Or was it anime? The one I didn't really like that much. Right. I facepalm if you didn't hear that.
Yeah, I heard it.
And we have our other we have two wingmen here. We have Owen Lister, the Guyver Patriot, and he says, "Hello, Matt. Hello, Commander. I'm at work right now, but I am still listening. Do your due diligence, dude. Be safe out there. Be careful, Owen Lister." We also have another wingman, Leia Plus Size, the Lady of Valor, saying, "Good afternoon, everyone." She is still. Don't worry, guys. She still will be a guest / wingman on this series. That is still going to happen. We're trying. She and I are trying. We gonna have everybody step up to the plate on WCR. If you guys ever have a mic, or if you guys ever have to want to discuss with me a topic, my window's open. You know where to contact me: Twitter, MeWe, Facebook, the Professor Geek. You know my name on Facebook. Y'all know my name, but MeWe, Minds, and Twitter. But I go by Dreadwolf 1990 on Twitter, by the way. But yeah, so she's still in waiting. But yeah, so I got a little excited there. Now I'm cross-eyed. Oh, Schooner Tuna has a comment about Rooster Teeth. I know I'm the wolf is urging me to get on with the movie talk. Rooster Teeth seems he says this. Rooster Teeth seems like it's not really trying anymore with this stuff. War for Cybertron could have been amazing, but there is a no love or no soul sob. Oh man, don't feel sad. And Owen Lister. No, before I get to Owen Lister, let me get to John Shelton's comment here about the Decepticons. And he says, Decepticons were pretty eerie and cool too. Yeah, they were. They very were. Especially their iteration in Fall Cybertron, which we're definitely going to talk about that too.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to talk about the games. Oliver says the 1986 Transformers movie was what first introduced me to G1. I already knew about Transformers through the Michael Bay films and Transformers Cybertron, but G1 was where I became a fan. And that's the way to do it, buddy. That's the way to do it. And that's as much of the comments we've cleared. So let's continue. And okay, Sam Proctor has clarified this is the third time he has been here. So now you are a regular, Sam Proctor. And Schooner Tuna, once you comment, you will notice a wrench next to your name. You are now an honorary wingman. You are dubbed the Schooner of the Tuna. So far that would leave. Sorry, I need to announce this real quick. Matthew, I'm
Yep.
delaying, but this needs to be addressed. Thank you for your patience, by the way. So, other
Yeah, it's okay.
wingman, we have the Guyver Patriot. Yeah, let's do the lineup real quick. Let's do the lineup. So, other wingman, we have the Guyver Patriot, Owen Lister. We have the Traveling Immaculate Scribe, which he's not here for majority of the streams, but he's here in spirit. Ivan Mendoza. We now have the Maverick Hunter Saint, Brian Gil Martin. We have the Lady of Valor, Leia Plus Size, and now we have the Schooner of the Tuna, Schooner Tuna. So we are now a complete U.S. Spacey Wolf Squadron with the Wolf Commander being the sixth member. We are now what do they call it in Air Force? We are called a they call it a unit, right? No. They said something in Ace Combat 7. I forgot what it's called. I don't know if you I don't know if I don't know if you know about that.
No, I don't.
It's something, but I think they're called a unit, a wave, or so it's something Air Force related. I try to keep this Robotech Air Force themes in this show. So basically, we're just a squadron. We're far too many men for a squadron. Usually 5 planes and 4 planes usually make a squadron, but whatever. This is my show. And Scooter's happy about it. He says, I have wings. Red Bull gave you wings, buddy. No, I'm kidding. We have also Crunk. Matt Crunk is here. Thank you, dude. Welcome, Matt Crunk. He's a regular here, but he's not always here. Let's say that. And so far, that will be my limit for how many wingmen I'm going to have with me for the squadron. Just let you know, Schooner, this is a very important responsibility. So try not to let it go to your head. Try to be respectful as always, and only do it when if should this show get bigger than it needs to be and it gets crazy. That's where I'm going to need all you guys to really moderate the comments here and there. You know, because as soon as this stuff gets big, we know what attracts something when we get big, you know. But other than that, let me address Lead Plus Size because I know we're delaying, but she says, yes, Commander, I'm working on getting that mic so I can join you as a guest. I'm afraid I don't know that much on Transformers, so my comments will be low. That'll be fine. I'm sure you'll chime in when we get to the Bayformers. I'm sure, or Beast Wars, which we're going to get to after we talk about the 86 movie. So let's get into talking about the 86 movie right now. So tell me your experience about the 86 movie.
Well, I actually first saw it when I was like a teen. I was like still in high school. At that point, I'd already watched all 3 seasons of the show, like at different points. So I was a little confused when I saw season 3. I was like, hang on, where's Optimus? But when I was a teenager, I'd like watch Transformers clips on YouTube, and then I came across the 86 movie, so I watched that, and that's probably been my favorite Transformers movie out of all of them since then. Oh, did I?
Just letting you know, Matthew, I don't mean to cut you off. You kind of cut out there for a moment. Just for like a brief moment. I don't know if the chat heard you, but I heard you cut out a little bit. But continue what you're saying.
Yeah, basically the 86 movie. I basically watched it on YouTube after like scrolling through a bunch of other Transformers clips when I was like a teenager in high school, and that's basically remained my favorite Transformers film since then. Yeah,
I remember finally getting around to watching it myself, and the animation was really good for its time. Since the time I watched it from the beginning, watching Unicron eating up a Cybertronian, look like a base planet. or at least like a moon planet.
Yeah, it's a moon. It's like one of
You,
Cybertron's two
you could,
moons.
yeah, it devoured one of their moons, and I was like, whoa, that was dark. And of course, we had the battle on. I'm gonna say it's Earth, right? Where the Decepticons invade Earth
Yeah,
and invade the base, or at least before that, the fact that Megatron start straight up just killing Cybertrons. They're all Cybertrons. Each Autobot left and right, and they're just dying left and right, and he just executes. I think it was that Ironhide
yeah, it was
or was it
Ironhide.
Jazz?
Jazz wasn't there.
He just
He
straight up
survived through the movie.
just straight up. Okay, so yeah, he straight up just blasts his Ironhide like right there. Like you don't even get to see him do it, but you just know what he did to Ironhide. It's obvious he blew his head off with that cannon. I was like, bruh. Megatron's not mucking around, dude. He's not mucking around. It's like this is their answer to why can't the Autobots and Decepticons kill each other every time they fight? The Decepticons either retreat or the Autobots retreat. Now you know why they can't kill them, because if they did, there won't be no show to be had for a while. You know, I mean, granted, Prime kind of rectified that a bit. Some Autobots get killed in the beginning of Prime, but man, if that kept going, this would be a short series.
Also, the sensibilities of showing a cartoon to kids, or specifically in the 80s at least. Because there was like a rule during the 80s.
Also, the greatest lines. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's also that epic moment where Optimus and Megatron get into that big fight where he straight up transforms. Well, he propels himself in the air, transforms, start blasting like Decepticons left and right, just like in anime fashion, of course. I'm like, bruh, this is what Bayformer should have been, because I don't mind movies like putting in the human perspective, because that cut costs when it comes to special effects and stuff like that. But they have never so far. Filmmakers have not found a way to really write humans in with the spectacle of giant creatures and giant, basically just an expansive world, except for Guillermo del Toro. I'm picking back up. I'm piggybacking off of Ishii's stream last night. I don't know if you were there, Jay Cheryl Finney. And he was talking about Pacific Rim last night, and I was like, you know what? You're right. The only person I've ever known that actually had characters interact with monsters the way they did was Guillermo del Toro with Pacific Rim, and he mentions that a lot of the characters react and interact with the world in Pacific Rim in a human way, not necessarily a realistic way, in a very human way. He was able to write humans really well, which is interesting. But that can be another talk. We can talk about Pacific Rim next stream if you or anybody else is willing to talk about Pacific Rim, which was a very wasted potential when it came down to the sequel Uprising. Wasted potential on that movie. Then again, Pacific Rim should have been better off being a movie, just being one movie only. One thing I also liked about the movie was stakes kept rising as they go along. Mm-hmm. Like the stakes kept raising, especially when Megatron took out Starscream. Galvatron came back and took out Starscream. Like he's really asserting himself to being the big threat until we get to Unicron, which is the bigger threat.
Yeah, and his threat looms over the whole film. The Matrix.
Yeah. Of course, it all falls onto the Matrix leadership. Now, tell me what you know about the Matrix. Tell me what you know about the Matrix of leadership.
Do you mean in relation to the '86 movie or the Bayformers, or just the franchise overall?
Franchise overall. Let's go with that one. Franchise overall. How it varies between iteration to iteration.
Well, obviously in the '80s cartoon, it kind of has a Excalibur type vibe to it, whereas like you have to be only like, well, I suppose anyone can pick it up and put it inside their chest, but like it's only transforms them into a prime if they're actually like worthy of it, or if the Matrix itself has chosen them. Like with Hot Rod. Well, actually, we get a little indication of him being worthy when he holds it for the first time, and you see like a blue light like envelop him, and then he gives it to Ultra Magnus,
Mm-hmm.
who puts it inside him, and then like there's nothing. It's as if he's just like placing something in his chest rather than transforming or being turned into anything. And the Matrix actually has. I'm actually surprised how different it gets sometimes, because obviously the G1
Yeah.
cartoon didn't exist in the before the '86 movie. The Matrix technically didn't exist because it wasn't a part of the show yet. Obviously later on they retroactively included it more in the universe and made it more important, because it holds the wisdom of every previous prime who has had it, and also it like empowers whoever like it's put into. Because there's an episode of season 3 where the Decepticon Scourge knocks out Rodimus Prime and takes the Matrix out of him, and then puts it in him to himself, and it like empowers him and makes him way stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And he like attacks Galvatron and like proclaims himself Decepticon leader. But because the Matrix came directly from Primus, it's like an embodiment of good, so it doesn't actually work with Decepticons. So Scourge can't, his body starts like changing and like corrupting because he's got like something of pure good in him, but he's evil. I know in the Generation 2 comic, Starscream actually took the Matrix and it turned him really powerful as well, but he gave it up because he realized the Matrix was turning him good. So he was like, ugh, no thanks, just throw it away.
Oh man. I'm laughing because like the way how you put it is like yeah. I think we would prefer Starscream to be bad. I think we all like Starscream to be bad. Him being good, that's a bit of a turn off for us fans, right? I think there was one iteration where he did try to be good. I think there
That
was
was
one
Armada.
iteration, or at least yeah. And then I think he switched back to the bad side, right? Or they stay good.
No, he was only good for a short time. Then he went back to being a Decepticon. I do definitely need to rewatch Armada and Energon and Cybertron. And animated now I think about it.
You know, speaking as an adult, when I was watching the '86 movie, the only thing that scared me the most was when they got to that one planet where Quintessence was. The Quintessence, I think they're called.
Quintessons.
Where they're at that
Quintessa is the name of the
the
planet,
Quintessons,
or their planet.
which was
Oh, you mean
also a
the
name
pit of
for a new
Sharkticons?
character in last. Yeah, that scared the crap out of me when when they just when they had that kangaroo court and they just drop them in there and you just see them get devoured. It reminded me of that Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. I remember me and Green Lantern were talking about that in the Phantom of the Opera rewatch. We're talking about the new adventures, not Real Adventures, new adventures of Johnny Quest, and I mentioned that there was an episode where there's like these sort of Lovecraftian deep one like piranha creatures that were like that stormed this deep sea laboratory underwater,
Yeah.
and dude, they're just constantly hungry. I'm like, bruh, that took me back to that made me fear piranhas more, a bit more. Thanks to that episode of Johnny Quest, and reliving that with the '86 movie. Whew. Oh my goodness, that and the music that blares in the background as Megatron and all the wounded Decepticons are getting shoved out the astral ship. That was also
Yeah.
horrifying too. Thanks to Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, by the way. That that image when they were shoving out Ravagers who were not who are still loyal to Yondu.
Yeah.
I was like, bruh, those I'm beginning to acquire new fears now in life. I'm afraid of being sucked out into the vacuum of space. I've always been afraid of tarantulas. And I'm also afraid of being eaten alive by ravenous creatures of any size, like piranhas, maybe sharks, in a feeding frenzy. Like, bruh, that's not one way I want to go.
It's funny that you mentioned that
But
because
other
I
than
would
that,
probably feel more comfortable if there were sharks in the water with me. Because if I was in like water and I could
yeah,
just look, if I could just look down and just see all the way until like it's just black and you can't see any further, I would be more afraid of that. I would actually be
hmm
comforted if I saw a few sharks floating around the water with me.
that's another fear I have too. Just the deep ocean. Like just the idea of the fear of the unknown is basically the biggest fear. But like that's where that sets in when you look into when you really see an image of nothing but darkness in the ocean underneath it. Like you just got that light blue at the top when it surfaced, right? But when you
Yeah,
look down in, you see how dark that blue gets, and you see that deep. I'm like, there's nothing there, but there is something there. It's a double mirror there, you know? Think about that.
yeah,
Like it's like a double mirror. There's nothing there, but there's something there. It's a Schrodinger effect, you know? And that's what scares me
yeah,
the most. It's funny how I bring a Schrodinger. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing the name properly. Because I mean that's a common pronunciation, but I'm pretty sure there's a different pronunciation. Other than that, that's I guess that's our coverage of the movie so far. Other than that, like I know a lot of people didn't like how Hot Rod is the became the new All About leader as Rodimus Prime because not too many people really like Hot Rod. I didn't mind Hot Rod taking up the mantle. He wasn't that annoying to me, or
and you
he
get
was
more of
impulsive
his
and whatnot. I mean,
you
it
get more of his story in season three, and he does grow and learn
yeah.
over the course of season three as well.
I would say it makes sense for him to acquire leadership when leadership is passed on to those who are not ready, who are who don't think that they deserve it, rather than Ultra Magnus receiving it, even though he's more of a more rigid he has more rigid leadership than Optimus do. He's like that hardened general in my book when it comes to Ultra Magnus,
Yeah, as a
which we're
soldier.
gonna get to his iteration in Robots in Disguise. Robots in Disguise Ultra Magnus is something else, man. He's
Wait, do you mean
something
the
else.
2001 show?
But yeah, because they have their own version of Ultra Magnus. He's a space shuttle
Yeah,
in that version, and he can actually merge with Optimus. Last time I checked, they
yeah,
both
I
become
remember. Yeah, because
Ultra
yeah, there
Prime.
was a
I think it's
2015.
called Ultra
Yeah,
Prime.
that's the old. Yeah, Ultra Prime. Yeah, because there's also a 2015 show that's also called Robots in Disguise. That's kind of a
Yeah,
minor confusion there.
yeah. Let's go with this nickname for the one that we're going to be talking about soon, the anime Robots in Disguise, because it is very anime.
Yeah, it
They
was.
got all kind of names for their attacks. Blizzard Storm.
Actually, I can. There's actually a
But I think
reason
that's
that show has a very like anime like sensibility to it. It's because that show was actually meant as the third show in the Japanese Beast Wars shows. Because you had Beast Wars second, Beast Wars Neo, and it was going to be Car Robots, which is the Japanese name for robots in disguise. And but it was the Car Robots was kind of vague if it even was a part of Beast Wars and G1. So what
that
the
kind of explains why they were fighting. Sorry,
yeah,
continue,
because
continue. I
yeah,
didn't
because
mean to
it's
jump
Autobots
in.
and Predacons. Yeah, but when Hasbro brought the show over to America and dubbed it into English, they decided to take advantage of the fact the show was kind of vague about which continuity it's in. So they decided to have it be an actual reboot of the show or of the series. Yeah. Although
Um,
later
now we
information relating to Japanese Transformers fiction, they actually have later established that robot or car robots is in the Generation One continuity, at least in Japan.
nice. I'm reading the comments real quick, and Matt Crunk has some very choice words to say about the Bayformers. He also adds all about city as the base in the movie, and he also mentions I think these are names of those who have lost their lives. Brawn, Ironhide, Ratchet, and Prowl, right in the beginning.
Yep. Yeah, because Prowl's the first one who
So
runs
we
to
got
try and fight the Decepticons, and Megatron transforms into a gun and like shoots him in the shoulder, and then he blasts Prowl next, and then he shoots Ratchet and Ironhide as well. And then while Ironhide's on the floor, he like crawls to Megatron's feet and tries to stop him, and that's when Megatron blasts him in the face.
no. That's Megatron for you. Sam Proctor says, I'm a little jealous of my dad who had the simple to transform G1 toys, whereas I had the Bayformers toys that took 10 minutes each. Why would they give you that? Why not Beast Wars? Beast Wars didn't take that long. Unless you consider the Transmetals where they had a second transformation. Well, a vehicle mode as they're called.
Yeah.
Owen Lister says this real quick. The 86 movie had the same animation team that worked on Fist of the North Star movie that also came out in 86. Huh, interesting.
Yeah, it's Toei
Very interesting,
Animation.
actually. Toei.
They also animated the first two seasons of Transformers as well. They they animated some episodes of season 3, but season 3 was animated by two other companies. I think they were two American companies, which did actually lead to the show's infamous reputation of having all kinds of animation errors and coloring errors. They were definitely present in the first two seasons, but season 3 they were like really noticeable. Like you had something like Ultra Magnus being like giant suddenly, and he's like holding Decepticons in each hand, despite the fact that he's not meant to be that big, but for some reason they've drawn him that big.
Yeah. Matt Crunk says, well, when the Decepticons took over Cybertron, they upgraded their weapons. I don't know what that's in reference to or what context that means, but I like that detail. And Brian Gilmore talking about the Bayformers.
I'm not sure
Tyrese, left cheek, left cheek, left cheek. Oh, we have a lot to say about that, man.
Yeah.
I'm dying. I'm really really fuming with excitement to talk about that. Again, I'm glad to have you here. By the way, Square Tuna says Del Toro. Yeah, Del Toro and Cameron did humans in a spectacular setting very well. They did, didn't they?
Yeah.
Matt Crunk also adds some more names to the obituary. Red Alert, Hoist, Trailblazer, Sideswipe, and others died off screen.
Yeah, that's Trailbreaker.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta say, I guess that's one nitpick I have for that for the A6 movie is that you like they were dying left and right, but you hardly kept track of who died and who stayed alive. You know,
Yeah.
uh, let's just says Unicron is basically what happens when you turn the Death Star into a mecha. Only thing he needed was a death ray.
Yeah. I just noticed Mad
And Kronk said something like, "Go,
Yeah, I just noticed he
go ahead.
also
Say what you got to
missed
say."
Wheeljack is also one of the characters who died off screen because it was Windcharger and
Well, they
Wheeljack
did.
were lying dead on the floor.
Yeah, they were. They did a lot better keeping a head count, unlike the Bayformers, which characters
Yeah.
will appear and then don't show up in later sequels. And Macron says there is a level of leadership / heroic to being able to interact with the Matrix. Kind of like basically King Arthur, as you said, like Excalibur, like one who's worthy to wield Excalibur. Or in the case of Thor, be he worthy, wield the powers of the almighty Thor. Marvel comic story, of course. Not really the Thor,
Yeah.
which I'm pretty sure anybody could have wielded Mjolnir, not to the same level as Thor could, but I'm pretty sure they can pick that hammer up in Norse mythology.
Yeah, from what I've read, the Marvel 4 is actually relatively accurate to original myth version of original myth of 4. Obviously not
Yeah.
identical, but
Right. Yeah, he's not a redhead. He's blonde. Matt Crunk says in the comic Decepticon, Thunderwing was able to use and interact with the Matrix. Huh. Oh. Owen says that the Quintessicons court felt like an episode of Star Trek. And Brian Martin on our talk about the darkness. Don't fear the dark. Fear what's hiding. Yes. Words to live by. And Owen Lister, speaking of the ocean, I still believe there is prehistoric life in the deepest part of the ocean. Maybe. Might be remnants of the ancient times, but not. But over time, we'll know that they will disappear because they don't have really an evolutionary advantage to keep breeding, or at least interbreed with whatever it is that's still around, or whatever it is that's here in the now. Just like the Cro-Magnon and other early man, if you believe in that. I mean, whatever you believe in, you know your miles may vary.
yeah.
Matt Nui with his ever so isms. Schrodinger was the guy who came with a nonsensical thought experiment. In other words, he's saying, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's both alive and dead at the same time. He has his ways, Matt Nui. He has his ways. I like him. I like how he thinks. And Schooner has a quote for me to say, and I'll prepare it. Now, light our darkest hour. Oh. Brian Gilmore. He says Blizzard Storm sounds like a super move idea for Storm in Marvel vs. Capcom. I like that. We're gonna keep plowing through these cons, and then we'll get into Beast Wars. Brian, Matt. We'll get into Beast Wars after we get through these comments. Matt Kronk says, I'm only familiar with G1, the comics, and Bone Bee movie. Well, keep the dude. At this point, keep the Bone Bee movie because I kept my Bone Bee movie. I gave up my first Transformers movie. I think I let my mom have it or my brother. But other than that, like that's all I keep as far as like Transformers movies is the Bone Bee movie, and we'll definitely talk about the Bone Bee movie if we have time enough, or at least if you're willing to speed through it and talk about the things that we did like and shat on the things that we don't
Yep.
like.
Yeah.
However, this stream is gonna go, we'll wing through it. We'll wing through it
Yeah.
somehow. Lev Plus I says, I don't like the dark woods. Never liked the woods since I was a child and saw Snow White when the woodsman took Snow White deep into the woods to kill her. Yeah, some fears do grow, but like as we get older, we tend to it stays there, but it's not as intense as we used to, right? Or at least it could happen opposite effect. Matt News says, I had barricade. His arm was spring low, which made him an absolute. Please don't swear, by the way, Matt Newey, to transform back into a police car. So that's the only rule I live by. If you can get your point across, you can get it across without using swear words. Other than that, off screen, have at it. But on here, try not to swear, or at least censor yourself. Be creative with it. Matt Crunk says the Decepticons were able to. What is that acronym? The All Boss because they upgraded their weapons after powering and taking over Cybertron.
I think that's wipe the floor something. I'm not sure what the rest of it means.
I'm guessing that's what. Let's go with that. They wipe the floor with them. Manu says, "All right, StreamYards doesn't retract. I don't know what you're talking about." Brian Gilmore has a quote for me again. Say goodbye. Oh wait. This is Beast Wars Megatron. Excuse me. Say goodbye to the universe, Maximals. The future has changed. Yes, the Autobots lose. Evil triumphs, and you no longer exist. That's as far as I remember how that goes. So, with that being said, let's get right into Beast Wars. Let's get right into Beast Wars. What was your experience with Beast Wars?
Well, I got a DVD. I never got the full Beast Wars show. I saw the Beast Wars show from the beginning a lot later on. But as a kid, I had a single DVD of the season 2 finale, or that contained those episodes, and a few episodes of season 3. At the time, I had no idea what was going on. I still enjoyed watching it, even though I was like halfway through, or more than halfway through. I did really enjoy the characters that I saw at that point.
I was very committed to that one when it first came out. Me and my brother were watching it. I think it debuted back in Channel 9 for a while, and I think they kept switching networks for it because it was on Channel 9 for a while, and then they moved up to Fox Kids, I believe, for a bit. I guess that was the company Mainframe trying to find a way to keep their shows going because they had other shows on alongside Beast Wars. They had, of course, they started off with Reboot, which was on ABC at the time. Then it had Shadow Raiders, aka War Planets, which was also another thing. They had some more stuff that I can't remember at the moment. I think they did Vampires too. The animation for that one, live action and animation. I think they did Vampires, which is a show about vampiric robot cars that drain the fuel of innocent cars, as the narration says. And you got these guys that transform into these half human, half car themed robot cyborg things fighting the vampires. Man, the 90s. My goodness, the 90s. As crazy as the 90s were, they were not lacking in creativity, is what I'm saying. Give me a sec. Sorry, I have to address unless they're in the comments real quick. You'll see it. But Yeah, the nineties were back to Beast Wars. My experience, like I said, my experience was like the moment it clicked to me that was Transformers. Boy, was it amazing. Like me and my brother again, we watched it. We watched a lot of things together at the same time because we shared the same room. And I think when we finally got around to when we got to watching Beast Wars, we had shared TV, and basically what I watched, basically what I watched, he would watch in a way. So he almost liked the same stuff that I liked.
Yeah.
We were like in unison on that. But let me get right more into my experience with Beast Wars. The whole, I didn't even know that these were descendants of the previous Autobots of G1. So now I mention that regard, we know that Rat Trap is actually a nephew, a distant or at least a distant relative of RC, which is why he idolized her that much. You know,
Yeah.
we also have Rhinox, who is the Ratchet of this group. Shidor is the Bumblebee of the Maximals with his color scheme, his choice in Cybertronian, his robot, yeah, his beast form. Definitely Bumblebee. Um, I don't know who Dinobot was meant to be the stand-in for, but I'm pretty sure he was a stand-in for somebody, probably Ultra Magnus in that regard, because there were times he would challenge. Did Ultra Magnus challenge Optimus a few times in G1 besides Grimlock?
Uh, no, I think it was just Grimlock that was the one who would challenge
Okay,
Optimus's leadership. Because Ultra Magnus, when he was brought in, Optimus had already been killed in the movie, and then Ultra Magnus was second in command to Rodimus Prime throughout season 3 until the end of season 3 when Optimus Prime is
gotcha,
resurrected. Obviously, there is
gotcha.
a history between
So
Ultra
he was,
Magnus and
I
Optimus
guess,
before that.
so that's how they respect. Basically, they respect each other regardless. So
Yeah.
he's loyal to a fault, basically, until they ruined his character in the War for Cybertron animation from Rooster Teeth. Wow, when he did that, I was like, "You guys just ruined Ultra Magnus for me." No, 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 no! Don't do that. Don't you ruin? That's the number one rule you don't do. You don't ruin Ultra Magnus above all else, even above ruining Optimus Prime, which should take precedence. But that's one thing you don't do. You don't ruin Ultra Magnus. But I would say Donald is more of a Grimlock then,
Yeah.
because he's a warrior in his own right. He but he's even he's very rigid and stern. You can almost say he's basically a samurai and a knight at the same time. He's got knight code and samurai philosophy written into him in a way, in his own way. Don't you? Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Or
It's actually very
what's your take on
fitting that you
Dinobot?
I actually really like Dinobot. Like his character arc from like trying to be Predacon leader, and then Megatron. I think he kicks him out when he tries, and
Yep.
then he tries becoming leader at the Maximals head, and then Optimus defeats him, and he sort of stays with them rather than leaving them too, and then he like learns to be a better person, and then also be more heroic until
Voice.
Code of Hero, I believe, is the episode when he like sacrifices
Yeah.
himself to defeat or not fully defeat them, but like drive off the Predacons from completely wiping out what will become humanity.
Yeah. That's what. That's one of the best episodes. I nearly cried that episode, or at least whenever time I watch a clip of that, my chest gets bigger, or at least my body straightens up more, because it's like that's a that's a man. You know what I'm saying? Especially
Yeah,
we're at the precipice of an age where boys need male role models now more than ever, more masculine men. As I talked about the war on parenthood, the fatherhood and motherhood. Like, if there's not a human being out there that's willing to be a male role model to little boys growing up, then dang it, we can have fictional characters to really embody the proper masculinity for these boys to grow up to be. And Dinobot is definitely a great example of what a man should be, to stand up by his own code, live by his own code, die by his own code, but at the same time also grow with his code. Whereas he still had that warrior's code going on, but he also has that, in a way, human side to him too, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's also got that human factor to him when he saves the basically humanity, or at least we're led to believe that he's going to stall the Predacons, but he ended up single handedly beating them. You know, like Optimus says, "Wait for backup." Like, no, there won't be time for that, and he just goes in, he just started taking them out even without his weapons. Like you see his weapons, like his arsenal started diminishing. You see his little propeller thing gets destroyed. He drops I think he drops a sword in somebody, and that gets lodged in. He takes I think he takes either Waspinator or Inferno and shoves his head into Rampage's cannon. And then he fashions a weapon out of a stick and a rock and clobbers, pun intended, clobbers Megatron with it. And I was like, bruh, I mimicked that scene so hard. My brother looked at me, he's like, yeah. We're like, yeah. I was like, man, if that don't get you to say yeah, I don't know what. Like, you might as well watch Princess Guinevere and the Jewel Riders, which I'm okay with. If you like that show, I'm okay with that. I like Princess Guinevere and the Jewel Riders too. Don't get me wrong, but if that don't like, bruh, have fun with that. Stick to that. That's more your scene, right? Okay, stay there then. You good. But me, I'm like, yeah, that's right. And dude, there were many times I imagined myself ever trying to fight bullies like that, because I'm pretty sure you've been bullied for a time when you're young. We've all had our fair share of bullies growing up, but there are, man. Yeah. It's always that safe refuge, that safe spot where you go and you escape, and you're just like, man, it'd be nice if I was strong like Dinobot. Then these guys wouldn't mess with me. So yeah, this I don't mean to take too much of that. You go ahead and tell me what's your favorite moments of Beast Wars.
I mean, my favorite moment
besides
besides.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do really like the season 2 finale, the Agenda Part 1 and 2, because I like how smart Megatron is portrayed in that mode. Whereas where his plan the whole time was to use the golden discs to at first try and benefit off of knowing future events, but then travels to the Ark from where it crashed in the G1 cartoon, and then it's kind of weird. At first, Optimus's face is damaged by Megatron while he's in stasis lock.
Yeah,
but I think I know it's he can't wake up now, and he won't be the leader, so now the history's been changed. And it's I'm pretty sure just his face being really mangled could be repaired when he comes out of stasis lock. So I don't know if that would really affect the timeline that drastically. But I know that then they kind of ran into a problem. They can't outright kill Optimus, because then they've really screwed over how the hell they're going to fix and reverse this later on in the season. But apart from that little minor, I suppose, plot hole, kind of. Well, I suppose when you think about it more, it kind of becomes more confusing.
I was never that. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, yeah, I
I'm
like
gonna throw my 2 cents, but continue.
yeah, I like the way Megatron like thinks of it, the way he like this has been his plan the whole time. And it kind of shows him as being a lot more intelligent than what you really think. And also that I really like the fact that that cliffhanger just is the end of the season, rather than having it be a two-part to finish the season. It's rather a two-parter to start and end a season. Or one season is ended by the first part of the. It's like a cliffhanger right at the end of the season. It's just like you really want to know what happens next. I really enjoyed that,
Oh yeah, I
and
remember
also Megatron's
experiencing that.
speech at the
Like
very end.
yeah, I was saying like those cliffhangers, especially the season two. Was it season two when Optimus went up to take out the Vulk when they were trying to
Uh,
level all of Earth, like burn it to the ground. That's before they
I
that's that wave that. Well, no, that's season one, right?
Yeah, that's the season one finale where
Was it season?
the second moon is actually a fake moon, and then it blows up, and Optimus Prime will like tries to stop it, and he sacrifices himself, and then that like wave causes some of the
Yeah,
Maximals and Predacons to be turned into their transmetal form.
yeah. That's one thing I remember. I remember him quote unquote dying, and I'm like, oh man, what are they gonna do now? Like cliffhangers were something. They were something back in
Yeah,
the days when you had cliffhangers in a show. They were, whew, just that idea of something that's leaving you hanging, and you're like, what's going to happen next? What's going to like just what clip? Just to sidetrack a bit from the topic, what cliffhanger really had you on edge the most in a series?
do you mean the Transformers or just like
Any
any
series,
show?
any show, like outside Transformers, any show that actually had a cliffhanger to a season, or at least a cliffhanger in the middle of a season.
I would have to say the
I'll tell you
season
mine.
finale of the Next
Definitely.
Generation season 3, like that finale.
I'll have to look that one
Where
up because
yeah, it
I'm
started at
still
Next
like in the beginning
Generation.
of next gen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know
Well,
what you're
I don't
talking.
want to spoil anything, but
I know what you're
yes.
talking about, but yeah, I would say it's a bit of a twofer for this one because it's 2 seasons and specifically specifically Power Rangers. Um, the season three finale when they lost the command sensor, I think it was. Yeah, yeah, season three finale. They lost the command center, and that's where they got into Zeo. They transitioned to Zeo. That and the last season of Turbo when the command center got destroyed a second time, and that's when they got into in space. Like that, like those are the ones that kept me on edge because I'm like, well, the villains are still here. What are the powers are going to do now because they don't have powers. There was never a moment where I'm like, oh, they're going to get their powers next. I was always like, oh my goodness, that was the power they had on Earth. At least until they got into space, and that's when they got the in space powers. But yeah, that there was that, and what else? I think we'll move on. I can't think at the moment for those. I know you can't. Um, Now let's get into favorite Maximals and Decepticons. Let's start the Maximals. Who's your favorite Maximal besides Dinobot? I'm pretty sure we're the same on that one. Our top
Yeah.
one is Dinobot, of course, but besides Dinobot, who is your favorite?
Silverbolt. He is without a doubt my favorite of our Maximal.
Oh yes, I almost forgot about Silverbolt. That wolf, man, half wolf, half eagle. The Fusors, as they were called.
Yeah.
Him. Quick Strike, basically him and Quick Strike. I think they were the only Fusors, I believe. Yeah, right.
I think Rampage might have been sold as a Fusor. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
I think he was more of a Transmetal. I think he was a Transmetal 2 though, because they had two versions of Transmetal. They had Transmetals 1 and Transmetals 2, and Cheetor and Dinobot got that treatment, Transmetal 2. And I think
Yeah, because
that's what Rampage was as well,
the
because he was
Transmetals.
powerful.
Yeah, yeah, the Transmetals 2s, and Fusors were actually like their whole subline of the Beast Wars toys.
Right.
Actually, there was a Transmetal
And
1 Inferno, but that one never. There's actually a multiple
yeah.
there were multiple Transmetal forms for all the existing characters in the show, but the toys were the only version. There was no like a representation of them in the show, or that version of them.
So I'm reading comments real quick. We'll get into them pretty soon. But mine's, as far as Maximo's concerned, I used to didn't like Rap Trap, but over time I grew to him. So he's one of my favorites because he's sly, witty. He's also like a scout type transformer or Maximo. Of course, Silverbolt, because Silverbolt. Now I did mention that Dinobot is knight and samurai, right?
Yeah,
Silverbolt on the other hand is full on knight. That dude is full on King Arthur knight. He's the whole package, the whole package. Consider how, my next question. We're gonna get into that, but I'm saving that. Rhinox. Here's the reason why I love Rhinox, because there's one line, and it's between him and Megatron, right? He says, there's Megatron standing outside the Maximal ship, right? And he pulls out this big old gun, this big old gun with a what's that thing called? It's not a microphone. It's a there's another word for it.
what, a megaphone?
Earphone or something like that. Some megaphone. There we go. He has a megaphone attached to it, and he says, "What do you want?" He says, "I come here. I come here to offer a truth. You're about to leave in pieces." I was like, "Yes, man." I was like, "Yes, man." That's it's like, whoa, and like will you quit squat? Yeah, will you quit stalling? I got work to do. And he just blares the megaphone in front of him. He's like, he's like, enough, you insolent Maximo. Like, you tell him, man, you tell him, Rhinox. I like him. Also, another reason why I like Rhinox is because he's kind of like that. I like to call him the Hudson character from Gargoyles, where he's
Yeah,
still got that general aspect. He's a general, or at least you have a semblance of sort of leadership from him too, or second in command, where he keeps everybody in line. Like the episode where him, Cheetor, and Rat Trap and Dinobot got blinded by the energon explosion, and he has to get them to fall in line and look beyond basically, as I like to call it, when they
yep,
go into to that little grid thing, so that they can pinpoint the location of each Predacon. That was a good episode. Depth Charge. I like Depth Charge because he's a Clint Eastwood type character. He did not muck around. He was there for
yep.
one mission: kill Protoform X, aka Rampage. Uh, that's as far as I'm gonna say. Your favorite Predacons, by the way. Who's your favorite?
I would have. I would say Waspinator and Rampage, and obviously Megatron himself.
Oh, yes. Waspinator, sick and tired of being turned to bits. Universe really hates Waspinator. I like Waspinator too. I also like I can't say her name because I got this one question I want to ask you. I'm pretty sure I got an idea what your answer will be, but I'm holding that off until I tell you my favorites. Definitely Megatron. Yeah, I definitely did love Rampage, especially that episode with him and Transmutate, where he's connected to Transmutate. Um, that's not really that tarantulas. For obvious reasons, I cannot stand tarantulas. Of all things, to be a in beast form, a tarantula, really. Scorponok, not so much. I will say the bright spot about Scorponok is that he's super loyal to Megatron, regardless.
Yeah.
Pterosaur, being a Starscream, he's basically Starscream. That's all he is. He's Starscream, which is interesting how Starscream possessed him in one episode. His Starscream spark possessed him.
Wait, that was
Um,
Waspinator.
was it?
Yeah, in the episode Starscream, when
Huh.
Starscream ghost from the future past, I have no. This timeline's confusing. Where his spark like possesses Waspinator.
Oh, I'm misremembering. Then
Yeah.
I thought he. Well, oh, you know what? I think the reason why I got them confused because I know he's supposed to be the Starscream of that generation, but it's a nice subversion that Starscream happened to possess Waspinator of all people. That's right.
Yeah.
You would think he would possess Pterosaur, but not really. Um, who else was part of the Decepticons? Predacons. I think that's everybody. We covered everybody. We already mentioned Quick Strike. Quick Strike wasn't. He is alright. He's not my favorite. My top favorites, like I said, is Megatron, Waspinator, and a certain someone before she switches sides. And yeah, Rampage. So next question, and again, I think I have an idea of how you gonna answer this, but you might subvert my expectations. So let me ask you this question, okay? Black Arachnia or Air Razor?
Black Arachnia.
Knew it. We always go for the bad girls, right? We always go for the bad girls. Though my favorite was always Air Razor because the good girl. I was always like a.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I was always a fan of the tomboy of the group. So Air Razor to me was the tomboy. Black Arachnia, that was more my brother's speed. He liked Black Arachnia, but for me, I was like all into Air Razor, and which was interesting that she formed a relationship with Tigertron near the I wouldn't say it was a love relationship. I think it was more of a friendship relationship. Like they were really that close, like close and friends.
Yeah.
Because that moment where they get wrapped up by them tentacles, ha ha ha, tentacles, and he says, "No matter where you go, my spark will always find you." And she says, "No matter where you go, mine will too." And they're like, "Yes." And they embrace. I'm like, no, don't, not Tigertron and Air Razor. Which of course they come back as Tiger Hawk, which I like to call Tiger Hawk a Fusor and Transmetal all the same time. Now that was new. And Tiger Hawk has some very interesting abilities, to say the least. It's almost like he had powers as the plot demanded. What's your take on Tiger Hawk, real quick?
Actually, don't remember much apart from him being like a fusion of Air Razor and Tigertron. I think he was only like in like a few episodes, wasn't he?
Yeah, because he was more of a I hate to say lone wolf, but he's more of a he was very connected to the beast mode that he was in, and they had that one brilliant episode where the Maximals they thought separately of their beast mode as just standard mode, and that's where their beast forms took control, and then they they just basically just went rampant because they were so in tune to their beast mode that it took over their systems. Whereas Tigertron was so connected to both his robot form and his beast mode that he had to lead them to the quote unquote promised land to find themselves in a way.
Yeah.
So that was an interesting episode for him because he was like very in tune to the nature in that world, which it was sad to see him go when he was killed by the ship, the Nemesis. And which I'll say like bruh, he can create tornadoes now. What is that, a new power as the plot demanded? I think it is, because he's never shown that ability in the episodes that when he does do something. I'm not saying they don't do anything, but when he actually stands out, like I never seen him create tornadoes out of nowhere. Is what I'm saying. What do you think? Because he tried to use a tornado to attack the Nemesis.
I mean, it's been a while since I've watched through Beast Wars, so I don't fully remember like Tiger Hawk's like appearances and what he does and how he acts and that sort of thing. I mean, I'm definitely gonna have to watch the show again.
Yeah.
Just to get a better idea on that. I do like the Tiger Hawk,
which is sad because
individually.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do like Air Razor and Tiger Hawk individually.
Yeah. Now, speaking of Air Razor, let's go back to Black Arachnia. So I have to ask you this: why Black Arachnia? Give me your reasons why you like Black Arachnia.
Well, as you said, one of them is because she's a bad girl. And something about that really like pulls me towards them. Kind of like the Catwoman, Batman type dynamic that she has with Silverbolt. I like the way like those two interact.
By the way, guys, it's not the boobs. Definitely not the boobs. Let's point that out there. It's not the boobs is what attract them. It's the bad girl. No, but seriously, it's the boobs. It's definitely the boobs. Not kidding. Which was interesting because she got her own new transmetal form too, which gave her boots. And I remember somebody, a relative of mine or a family of the family was watching Beast Wars along with me, and I think this is where I discovered where adults watch cartoons or watch kids shows with kids because they were very interested all the same. And one of now I'm really mentioning it. It was one of my friend of the family's mother who was watching it with me. In that episode where she was trying to be a transmetal, and they had to cure her the virus or wherever that was killing her, and she ended up transforming. And when she transformed in her new transmetal form, I hear his mother says, "Oh, they gave her boots now." I was like, "Yeah, they did give her boots. That's a nice detail." I was like, I'm like, first they gave her. I'm like, that was interesting because you know how her feet looks, obviously.
Yeah.
But in her first form, but when she got into transmetal, she went full like Catwoman in that form with the boots added to them. Like, oh, that's nice. But I'm pretty sure there's more to Black Arachnia than just her being the Catwoman, right? There's layers to her that you like. Am I correct?
Yep.
Like the whole, like there was a time where she even questioned her place in the I keep saying Decepticons, Predacons position, where she, especially when it comes to Silverbolt trying to convince her to change sides, concerning how Transys treats her as a partner in crime. It's, before she even joined the Maximal side, there was a Harley Quinn Joker kind of not necessarily a relationship, but a Harley Quinn Joker situation with
Yeah.
her and Tarantulas, the way how he treats her, right?
Yeah.
You can almost say that Tarantulas was kind of sexist in its own way because he always called her woman. Listen here, woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, oh wow. I think that's where I got my mannerisms from. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But yeah, there's that, and then there's a moment where she when did she start siding with the Maximals? I think when Silverbolt was life was threatened, right?
It was when Megatron threatened Silverbolt, like in the agenda part 1 and 2, and then after all of that,
And that's
after
where
all that happened, she chose to side with the Maximals because she was originally Maximal proto form, but just programmed to be a Predacon.
right.
So when the universe was being unraveled and all the Maximals were phasing in and out of existence, that was happening to her as well because she's technically the body of a Maximal, but she's programmed to be a Predacon.
Yeah. So that's one thing I forgot to mention is the fact that they also pointed out that when they were having that fight and they crashed landed on prehistoric Earth, they just sent most of their friends as protoform units to save their lives. Some were still floating in the space, and some did crash land onto prehistoric Earth. Some with intact stasis pods, the others not so intact stasis pods in the case of transmutate, and even Air Razor. The same thing happened to Air Razor. Remember, she almost died.
Yeah.
When she came to Earth, they had to stabilize her stasis pod, and you, it's kind of symbolic, don't you think? Like her being born into the world, and there's complications with the pregnancy. So yeah, that's an interesting analogy that's thought up of just now. And of course, you sticking with that analogy, transmutate being the defective, misshapen child that's been born to the world. You can almost say 90s shows had a message to talk about, and we were all for it because it was an interesting talk. So I'm equating birthing here with Transformers of all things, but like I said, that's that off kilter thing that I mentioned to you in the green room.
Yep. I mean, it's subtle in the show, unlike shows today.
Yeah, not so. They just don't get it. They just don't get it. But I think that's what we'll say about Beast Wars for now. Let's finally get into Robots in Disguise, or at least the anime Robots in Disguise. And what's your take on those? I'm pretty sure you mentioned earlier that you barely watched it, right?
Yeah, I watched some of the episodes of that. Yeah, that actually, I did enjoy watching that show. I didn't see as far as when Ultra Magnus came into the show. I think I watched as far as sometime before that point. So I never saw what Ultra Magnus was like in that show. But I did see.
You know what? Before we even continue, let's get into the comments real quick because I'm pretty sure they've been giving us a huge amount of comments. I want to try to balance it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Got a gold star from the top. Now we're here. Let's go with this one. Brian Gilmore says, my friend used to compare Cheetor to Spider-Man in terms of personality. Your friendly neighborhood Cheetor, he said. Matt Crunk is not with us. See you later, Matt Crunk, by the way. Everybody wish him a goodbye. But I'm going to highlight his comments as of right now. So if you catch it in the backwatch, Crunk, you were not forgotten, buddy. You were not forgotten. Matt Crunk says, Siege ruined Ultra Magus and Optimus Prime. I agree. And he also kept continues with, "Oh, I know Siege and Earthrise 2. Yeah, yeah. Earthrise is the sequel, the second season of Siege." Uh, okay. Brian Gilmore says the Dinobot death scene is the epitome of heroic sacrifice. Damn right, dude. Damn right. Owen Lister also says Dinobot is also a great tsundere character. Anything to say on that one, Matt?
Well, I definitely see what
Do
he
you think he's a
means,
tsundere?
specifically with his relationship with Rat Trap. It's actually even
It's
funny when you
not
take
that I
into
don't like
account
you,
both
run
characters.
it.
It's even funny if you take into account Rat Trap and Dinobot are voiced by the same person.
Yeah,
Scott,
Scott McNeil,
Scott,
who also
yeah,
voiced
yeah,
McNeil,
and
who
he
voiced
voiced
Jimmy
Waspinator.
Lee in the Double Dragon. Waspinator. Oh yeah, that's right. He did voice Waspinator. He was also yeah, I was saying he was also Jimmy Lee in Double Dragon the animated. He was also he was in the Gundam series Double O. He was that French dude,
And Gundam Wing.
that crazy French dude that always hunt. Oh, that's right. He was Dual Maxwell, and a few other random characters in Gundam Wing.
Oh wait,
Yeah,
he
he
was
was
a
Duo.
werewolf in Darkstalkers anime.
Yes, he was. He was Tolbane, right? Or just a random werewolf?
No, I think he was a named character. I don't
John
remember his name
Tolbane.
though.
Yeah, if he was a werewolf, he was John Tolbane then. Or maybe one of the werewolves of John Tolbane's clan. Because Tolbane is part of a clan of werewolves, I think. Um, who else was he? He was he has a huge pedigree of voices. If you look at his stuff on IMDb, dude got a long laundry list of roles that he's been in. Of course he was Wily, Dr. Wily in the 90s Mega Man cartoon. Get him, get him. uh yeah. I think he was also a Gargoyle's character at one point for a brief moment. But we'll move on to another comment from Brian Gil Martin. A stick Dinobot? I'll improvise. Melissa says, my favorite Beast Wars moment was when you first see Rhinox's gun and it lit Wildswinner up like a Christmas tree. Oh, yes, that's another reason why I like Rhinox, that big cannon he carries. Oh man, he's a doctor and he's a surgeon with a machine gun. Squirtle says Dinobot became a modern day Prometheus because his stick and rock was used by humanity to protect themselves. Dinobot gave humanity the means to protect themselves. Yep. Lead Plus Size has a question for you, Matthew. Does Matthew Flynn mean the cliffhanger of the best of both worlds?
Yes, that is the cliffhanger
I think that's
from the
probably
Next Generation.
Okay, I'll have to look up that episode then. One of these days, if I ever do get back into watching Next Gen on Netflix, because it's still on Netflix as we speak for the years it's been on there. So I got time. Same thing with D Space Nine. I'm still going to watch D Space Nine again, relive it basically. The only show I wish they would have on there is Babylon 5.
Yeah, I mean,
You
I
got
just
the
bought
DVD?
the DVD collections.
Lucky. You know what? I might as well just start going on my Blu-ray hunt for the Blu-rays if they do have a little Blu-ray. But Layer Plus also has another comment, and this is about cliffhangers. Well, I would say Avengers: Infinity War for movies, for TV. I would say the Walking Dead episode, "The Time Will Come When You Won't Be," is what comes to mind. I don't know what episode in context is that, Layer Plus Size. If you're still here, put in context to that one, because there's a lot. I've seen just about all the Walking Dead seasons. I don't know why we're still watching it, me and my wife, but we're masochists, I guess. Schooner Tuna says, can transmute take can an honorable mention? I don't know what he means by that, but I think he's talking about transmutate being a favorite. Say
I
again.
think he's just asking for some like I don't know, I would say representation or like something like shout out for transmutate or something. Maybe that's what he means.
Yeah, we if that's the case, then yeah, we love transmutate. I love transmutate. Transmutate was an interesting design. Crump mentioning Hudson from Gargoyles. Yeah, he's cool. I wish he was. There are time. There are some. There. I will say this: characters like Hudson are sometimes I wish were my grandpa or at least like my uncles because they have a lot of things to say that I'm like I'll just be just like sitting there just listening to their stories. He's like Hudson's a war vet basically. He's a proper representation of a war vet.
Yeah.
Which which if you're willing and able, have you ever watched Gargoyles by any chance?
No, I haven't watched Gargoyles. That's one of the shows that's on my list
I was going to
to watch.
definitely check it out because I well, if anybody in the chat is willing to join me in a Gargoyles talk, we can talk about those if and when I plan that out because that's definitely gonna be a season by season too thing because I can't talk the entirety of the series like that. I have to break it down, But definitely check out Gargoyles. Still holds up. Still holds up animation wise too. Scortua, speaking of his favorite. Oh, okay. Uh, he says, for me, it was Air Razor. She had such a high quality about her. Yes. So the Black Arachnia. uh, oh, Brian Gilmartin misses the that plant tentacle scene with Tigertron errors that was some Resident Evil level stuff right there. Yeah, especially when nowadays Resident Evil seems to be tentacle crazy. Like they had tentacles in Code Veronica, they had tentacles in Resident Evil 5 and 6 and 7. Hope pretty soon they're gonna have it in 8. And even worse, they have it in the remakes. The tentacle stuff. They have the remakes to deal with. What is the? It's a Japanese thing. Let's just leave that. It's a Japanese thing.
Might also be a
Almost
Capcom
says that too, because Shuma Gorath. Anybody from MVC? Shuma Gorath. Come on now. Owen Lister says, I do wish Airraiser had better character traits to make her more interesting. She had some character traits, dude. She was sassy. She could go toe to toe with Black Arachnia. All the same, she wasn't there just for the designated cat fight. By the way, I mean she tore Pterosaur a new one. She turned him into pieces with just her wrist blasters. By the way, that's how badass she was. I love Air Racer, and she's a hawk. Come on, what more do you need? On you're asking too much, buddy. I'm kidding. I'm pulling his leg. Scooter says sorry, let me collect myself. Black Arachnia was another one of those female characters that used her assets to her advantage when dealing with characters. They're conversating him and Schooner Tuna. Okay, I will concede, Owen. Black Arachnia was better win, but the thing is, Air Razor and Tigertron had short-lived. No, that's not a word to use. The writers knew what they were going to do with them. Let's just say that they didn't really get enough standout episodes like Tigertron did, or at least in the case of Aaron, she didn't get enough like standout episodes. But that does say that there was not enough quality about her. We just knew that Black Arachnia was like the center stage character. Basically, we all know that Airraiser was like the good girl. Come on, we all know the bad girls are the more interesting ones because there's a chance for them to turn to the side, right, Matthew?
Yep.
But I still, but like I said, if I had to pick Air Razor, always Air Razor. But that's, you know what? In the case of Air Razor, let's go with this. In the case of Air Razor, less is more. There you go. Less is more.
Do you mean less of what
Oh, Sarah.
do you mean less of what I think you mean?
It makes you want to know more about her now, because, bruh, we should do this more often. Sarah Proctor says he didn't know Black Arachnia was from Beast Wars. Well, now you know, man. Now you know. I think he thought. Well, uh, actually, no. We bypassed Beast Machines. Did you watch Beast Machines?
Yeah,
By
I
the
did
way,
watch some of Beast Machines. I know that one of the elements of Beast Machines is that Black Arachne was then the good character, and she's trying to save Silverbolt and try to bring him back to being good. I do like
yeah.
that little
Here's the thing I
crossover.
called about. Yeah. So here's one thing I have to say about Beast Machines. Actually, that's where characterization goes to die sometimes. At times, I liked it when I was a kid, growing up. I like the way how they had to do things differently now that they were kind of like becoming organic and cybernetic at the same time, if you can call it that.
Yeah,
The new designs were
techno
interesting.
organic.
There we go, techno organic. Um, it was nice to go back to Cybertron and seeing Cybertron the way it was a new look to it, especially when it came down to Megatron and his situation. He's got this bit of a schizophrenic thing going on, don't you think?
Yeah, with his Dragon Beast
When he
mode
got
coming out every now and then.
yeah, he's trying to keep that under control, but you piss him off, he just boom, just right in there. Then there was Savage and Noble. Remember Savage and Noble,
Yeah.
the giant werewolf and the big fat dragon. That was an interesting concept. I like Noble's design too. He was big though. Like for a werewolf, he was big. He was bigger than Optimus actually. Bigger than Rhinox, aka Tankor. Oh, that's another thing that was interesting. Most of the Maximals were turned into the Viacons, like of course Silverbolt and Waspinator. That was a nice subversion too. With what's that robot motorcycle called again? There was
Oh, the one that
Jetfire, Tankor, and Streaks. I think it's called. Was it Streaks?
I actually don't remember. It's been a long time.
Yeah, because when Black Arachnia encountered him, there was that looming silhouette shadow. Entertain our guest real quick. I gotta take a call.
Oh, okay.
Matthew,
Oh. Yeah.
I got.
Okay. Yeah, I did really like Beast Machine. I know it's kind of not exactly looked on fondly, I suppose, but I do like the fact that it's kind of at first has a nature versus technology kind of vibe to it. But the writers did actually say they wanted to portray that in a more nuanced way and have it not be strictly black and white. That would be technology bad, nature good. They rather went with a like there's good in nature, but there's also bad, and there's also good in technology, but also bad in technology. So like I believe at the end of the show they like retro, or not retrofit. Yeah, they reformat Cybertron into a techno-organic planet. Although I know there's a minor confusion, but they're actually on Cybertron in the future that they came from, rather than Cybertron during the G1 cartoon. Because obviously, in Beast Wars, they crash land on prehistoric Earth because they crashed from the future long after the end of the G1 cartoon, and that's where they return to, back to that future. Yeah, Owen List, I would say definitely give it another try. Don't like go into it expecting like a masterpiece. It does have some problems, like it trying to be more nuanced doesn't always work. It kind of falls flat in some areas. It does also get kind of repetitive with a few repeating, like a few musical notes keep repeating, and like if you can't handle hearing the same techno beat repeat over and over and over again in the background, then you might find it really annoying after a while. So you may have to like mute it every now and then, or just take a break from the series. Like, don't binge watch it, because that will really exacerbate the problems with the show. Okay, let plus size. Yeah, don't worry. We'll see you next stream, or whichever stream you will be at next. Okay, Orange List, that's not what I meant when I said when I made that comment about Airazor and Black Arachnia. That's not what I meant. I was making more of a comment on the fact that, like, Wolf was saying more about the about like Airazor having smaller boobs than Black Arachnia, and her having like more pronounced and defined boobs. I was making a comment on the fact that I was insinuating he's like, yeah, you know what, never mind. Getting confused now. Actually, I'll scroll back up and see what other comments there are. Yeah, I mean, Samuel Proctor. I mean, Black Arachnia was from Beast Wars. She wasn't just in Beast Wars. She did also appear in. She also did appear in some of the other Transformers shows. Like there was a version of her in Transformers Animated, and I suppose Arachnid from Transformers Prime could technically be counted as a version of Black Arachnia. But obviously, in those two instances, they're not characterized the same. There are some differences. What else is there?
All right,
Not
I'm
100%.
back. Sorry I took too long to get back.
Oh,
So, what did you discuss so far?
well, I've discussed like talking a little bit about beast machines and some of the like the
Okay,
ins and outs, more of the intricacies of the story and like what they were going for with the show overall.
right.
I think I might have been able to. I Owen Lister has said that he didn't particularly care for. He watched some of it, and does look like he might give the show another try after hearing what I've said about it. Do you want me to repeat what I said?
No, I'll catch you in the back watch. Don't worry.
Ah, okay.
I just lead off with my experience. It was an interesting experience for me when it comes to Beast Machines with that opener where you had Optimus. Yeah, Optimus. Um, he's in his pre season one beast form, running around being chased after the Viacons and stuff. And
Yeah.
the fact that both him, Cheetor, and Black Arachnia were all in their beast forms from season one of Beast Wars. You don't even know where the rest of the other Maximals are. You don't even know why Cybertron looks the way it does, and why it looks like a very totalitarian.
Yeah.
So you also got this. They get to Vector Sigma or
Yeah,
some
it's
spirit.
yeah, it's like a future version of Vector Sigma that's I think evolved past its original form and now it's like a giant bubble wall thing. I think they call it the Oracle.
Yeah, yeah, it's an oracle, and that's where they learn how to transform. Which they use that very 90s staple of always voicing your transformation. I am transformed. Whereas in Beast Wars they were like, Maximals, maximize, Predacons, terrorize. Whereas this one's like, I am transformed. You know, they had this very zen thing going on where they had to clear their heads and really quiet the storm for them to transform. And I like how they were trying to be. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Ratchet. Ratchet was also with them, but he was like so frantically saying, "I am transformed! I am transformed! I am transformed!" And speaking of character assassination, the way how they treated Rattrap in this series, like it's obvious that he was meant to be an information bot or dare collector. He was not meant to be a combat form when he transforms into to his form.
Yeah.
He's always been the one that had the problem with transforming because he's never able to quiet the storm in his mind. And he always try to find a way to get into find shortcuts, like the fact that episode where he had this one serum that unlocks his transformation, and that's where he started having those problems where he kept morphing between his beast form and his transformed form, where he's walking around with wheels for hind legs, and that's like, wow, what they do to my boy Rat Trap. Because there's also a moment where he almost joined Megatron, which I gotta say, as it was a nice touch to Rat Trap, like his desperation to be useful to the cause. So that was like a bit of layer of characterization there, because that's almost like not the first time he almost considered well, let's just say going back to Beast Wars, I don't think he considered joining the Maximals. I mean the Maximals, the Predacons. That was more of a spy thing, right? Subterfuge,
Yeah.
if you will,
Yeah, like a double agent.
basically. And that's where he there was that one more where just like Black Arachnia, Megatron held up Dinobot, I think, and that's where Ratchet was wrestling whether he should shoot Megatron or shoot Dinobot to keep the veil open, you know, keep the veil
Yeah.
on. Whereas in this one, it kind of comes back again where he was tempted by the literal devil himself. Basically, let's go with that with the Megatron in this series of Beast Machines. He's like the devil, and he's piloting basically what counts as their version of a mech ship, or at least a power armor. And that's where the team, which they had a new addition, which is Night Scream. His name was
Yeah.
the Bat.
Night Scream.
He was yeah. They were like we're gonna get into him. We're definitely gonna get into him because yeah, there's some things I have to say about him. He's cool, but there's some choice words I have to say about him. But there's moments. I'm just saying my best moments with Rat Trap, but there's still, like I said, he was I think he was more of a relegated to dead collecting because he had that tail that can jack into robots, right?
Yeah, because that's what he used to initially
Basically, when he jacked,
discover the original personalities within the Vircons.
yeah, that's where he reprogrammed Tankor into back into Rhinox, and boy, wow, Rhinox. Rhinox became a villain in this version. He became a
Yeah.
whoa. That I wouldn't call that character assassination, but that was like a this this show is not without its twists. Really good twists. I did mention the Black Arachnia subversion there with the motorcycle, where she thought he was Silverbolt with the silhouette shadow, but when she hit him with that liquid that reprograms him, was my name is not Bird Wolf Bot, which it's funny that we all knew was Jet. I think it was Jetstorm, not Jetfire, right?
Yeah,
Jetstorm,
yeah, Jetstorm.
the Jet. Yeah, it was obvious that Jetstorm was Silverbolt, and we finally got him back. But like that whole subversion when they reprogrammed right now, so you expected him to join their cause again. Nope. He wanted to take over Cybertron. Remember that?
Yeah,
It's like he was
and with the
it almost. Go ahead.
yeah, it's like with that his plan involving part of, like, I suppose, a callback to the G1 cartoon with him using the key to Vector Sigma.
Yeah, it's. I think if I recall correctly, he saw what Megatron was doing, and he false suited on that. But he had his own agenda going on there. So
Yeah,
I
and
think
he like
that's where he was like,
yeah, and he fakes his own death. Because I remember from what I saw a while ages ago, I recall a scene where they like defeat Rhinox as Tankor, and then when the lifeless
yeah,
body is like being, well, it's dragged away, and then we see it just laying there with the key to Vector Sigma in it. Then the real Rhinox comes out of the shadows and cuts the key to Vector Sigma off of the cannon of the fake him, and then takes it for himself, and he starts working in the shadows.
that's scary. He's a better planner than Tarantulas ever was. That now that you mention it, don't you think?
Yeah, I
Like he
mean, there
did
was
better
an
what
episode of
Tarantulas
Beast.
failed to do.
Yeah, I mean, there was an episode of Beast Wars where Megatron reprogrammed Rhinox to be evil, and then he reprogrammed him
Oh
back
yeah,
because he was too good at being evil, and it was like, instead of like helping him, he ended up trying to like take his place.
yeah. I remember that one. Oh man, he was basically a horror movie slasher villain at that point. The many times he was like going around just like manipulating everybody. He was He was basically Hannibal Lecter almost, because he managed to get Scorpion out to fight Pterosaur without ever he was able to coax him into fighting Pterosaur. He strung up Black Arachnia and Tyrannosaurus in their webs, and I think he did something to. I think Inferno was in their group at that time, right? Last time I checked, no, not yet, right?
No, I think it's
Yeah,
later
not
in
yet.
late
And
season 1, early season 2.
There, yeah, and it just all that was left was just Megatron, and it's like I'm just sitting there watching that whole sequence happen. I'm thinking, oh, what's he gonna do to Megatron now? Because Megatron's already at this point, he's like the big cheese. Nobody will really move on to him that much, right? And
Yeah.
he takes his gun and just blows his kneecaps. I'm like, wow. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna quote Thanos here. Should have went for the head. He was good, but he should have went for the head. Oh, Owen Lister has a comment saying, I've been looking at it for a while now. I've been wanting to highlight it. he says, did you just call Air Razor flat chested? Dang, Matt, you savage. That was your comment about our less is more thing. Simon Proctor asks, they were turned into the Viet Congs? Via Kongs. Like vehicle, via con. Matthew, sorry. Owen Lister says, Matthew Flynn, to you, maybe I might give Beast Machines another look at, because I wasn't a huge fan of it when I first watched it. I was always I was sticking around as much as I can because I was liking what I was seeing, but there were some cracks that were kind of popping up,
Yeah.
The Lady of Valor has left us already, but I'm going to highlight her comment here. She says, this was a fun stream, guys, but I must leave now. Enjoy the rest of your stream, and I will see you again on the next stream or Sunday. And she brings up context to that cliffhanger she was talking about in The Walking Dead. She said, oh, pass on to Wolf that episode. The time you come when you won't be was when niggas show. That episode. That episode. Yeah. I remember a lot of people were like really on edge about that cliffhanger on who did he hit with that bat, right? Or who did he shoot with that bat, basically. And they thought, I remember people thinking it was still Glenn, That was like when the ratings really spiked up for Walking Dead when niggas showed up, Melissa says to Matthew, to you directly, what I liked about the old Transformers G1 Beast Wars more than the new ones was the old Transformers used guns more. I don't mind the use of blending weapons, but I like big guns, and I cannot lie. You other brothers cannot deny. Also from Owen Lister, for me actually, Rat Trap is Beast Machines had the worst robot mode design. I agree. I definitely agree. Rat Trap had the lamest Beast Machines design. Beast mode wise, he looks good, but his transform form. What do you think about his transform form, Matthew?
Well, I like his. I mean, I like his rat mode because he looks like a rat, but I'm not exactly fond of his robot mode with the like well, not quite a unicycle, but like the wheel legs, like he's like shorter and he's like a dwarf, but you've cut the legs off and replaced it with tricycle, I think is what they're called.
Wheelchair.
Yeah,
pretty much trike wheels. Basically, I call them. I always call them training wheels. He had training wheels for legs. That's what I like to call them, training wheels, because that's what they look like to me. Because we training wheels are still a thing, if I recall correctly, for anybody who's learning to ride a bike. But that was like a big thing back in the 90s. Like you always see somebody riding on training wheels, but then give it time, you see them riding the bike without the training wheels. And that's when every time I looked at his wheels, that's what it looked like to me. He was rolling on training wheels. They literally made him R2D2, but less cool.
Yeah.
Like that, there was a lot of potential there. Like even if he didn't have weapons, he could have been a really good data collector or at least a hacker. I mean, I think that's what they were going for with him, trying to make him into a hacker. Uh, Speaking of forms, what do you think about Black Arachnia's transformed mode? This
Oh, do you mean
time,
her Beast Machines one?
I mean, yeah, her Beast Machines mode.
I mean, the spider mode looks a little more weird and creepy in some areas, like being like the small squarish head and body, and then like really long spindly legs. I do like
They
some
made her
elements
day
of her
long legs in
robot.
this version.
Yeah, I like some elements of her like robot mode. I do find it slightly weird that she has the multiple eyes like a spider, but the weird plate that like goes up and down and covers the extra eyes. I don't understand that exactly.
I think that was aesthetic. I think that was most. I liked them, but I think it's mostly for aesthetic. I don't think there was anything practical for those eyes to be, other than just to probably scare the enemy or something like that, or just creep the viewer out. It's style over substance, basically.
Yeah.
But I will say, she be thick in this version. She be thick in more areas than one. I'm like, bruh, like soon as she transforms and does that and does that pose, I'm like, bruh, y'all ratcheting up the femininity here. And I'm all for it too. Like you ratcheting up the sex appeal. Like I see why people are very fond of Black Arachnia. She still had the heels too, mind you. Instead of high boots, she had high heels in
Yeah.
this form too. And it seemed like she had like her other added piece in the back made it seem like she had that little skirt thing, kind of like a sash thing
Yeah.
going on in the back. So they knew what they were doing when they designed her in this version. Like her thighs were thicker this time around. Her arms were a bit thinner. Her waist was a bit thinner this time.
Yeah.
And of course, she still had the beautiful assets, of course. But yeah, we noticed some things when we were kids. Me and my brother was like, "Oh, she's a bit okay." Cheetor now, Cheetor. What can we say about Cheetor? He was almost furry bait with the digigrade legs and the very half human animal face thing going on,
Could even be like a
which was
werewolf
interesting
esque,
to
because
say. Yeah, like Wolfman.
werewolf. Yeah, because werewolves tend to have the digigrade legs. Not all werewolves, though. Some of
Hmm.
them just have normal legs.
I will say this: one thing I loved about Cheetor's new abilities in Beast Machines was his speed. He We all know that in the beginning of Beast Wars, he can go real fast, yes, but there were times in later seasons he had new ways of going faster, like in his transmetal he can fly, of course, but he can also move much faster than he normally did in his season one form. And then transmetal 2 he has rocket a rocket booster that allows him to run faster too in that one. But this time he has none of that. He can move like the Flash in this one.
Yeah.
Would you say Cheetor was your favorite in this version, or who was your favorite in this version of Beast Machines.
Yeah, I would say
As
Cheetah
far as
is close.
the
Would that be as far as designs?
Mhm.
Would that be as far as designs, or do you mean like
Character.
the actual character as well?
Okay, let's go with designs and character, both at the same time.
Well, I mean, I like Cheetah's design, definitely. I also really like his characterization of him being like kind of a Hot Rod, Rodimus Prime type character. When he's like kind of an evolution of his character development from Beast Wars.
One comparison that comes to mind when you mention that Lexington from Gargoyles. I don't think you don't know who that is. You haven't seen Gargoyles yet, right?
No.
You might have seen a picture of him or two, but I would say they made him to for like I said comparison's sake. I mean, they made him to the Lexington of this series because Lexington is almost like him, almost. But that's what come to mind when I think of a comparison. But yeah, when you say Ramos Prime and measuring up to being the new leader of spoilers, long story short, he becomes the ruler of Cybertron once Optimus sacrificed himself, which was interesting because a lot of people didn't like the characterization of Optimus Prime in this version. Don't you think? You, what do you think about Optimus Prime being like this sort of blind faithfully following the Oracle?
Oh, you mean like some kind of like
Like
religious zealot?
yeah, they didn't like the way how he became so zealot in Victor Sigma, or at least the
Yeah,
Oracle.
and like I believe at first he kind of misinterprets what Vector Sigma wants him to do, because I believe he wants him to kind of bring some kind of balance to Cybertron, but he misinterprets it as being convert Cybertron into a full organic planet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I was like first saw
Do you
Beast
think they
Machines,
were
I
trying
kind
to
of
go ahead?
yeah, I think when I
Go
first
ahead. Continue what
watched
you're saying.
when I first watched Beast Machines, I did kind of get a hang on, he's not acting the same as he was in the previous show. But the fact that he initially like misinterprets Vector Sigma's intentions, and I believe at the end of the show he does like reconcile that and recognize that he was not quite fulfilling the purpose he was chosen for, and like sacrifices himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I like how it resolves itself at the end. At least it might be a little clunky in the middle, but I do like that we at least get a resolution with that.
Do you think it might have been conflicts with the animation team or the writing team because they might have been facing a cancellation of Beast Machines? Is why they probably was a bit clunky in the middle.
Yeah, I think Beast Machines had a bit of a rushed production. There was definitely something going on behind the scenes that probably did contribute to some of the problems in the show.
That one animation company, Mainframe, did have their hurdles to get through because Warplanes had their own issues too. Rochelle Rays, for those who are fancy, the one. Have you heard of Shadow Rares and Warplanes, by the way?
Yeah, I've heard of that one. Once again, that's another one that's on my list to watch.
Yeah, that's a. What can I even say about Shadow Rares other than it's an original concept to behold? Aside from reboot, which was also another interesting original concept, the world within your computer mainframe. In the case of
Yeah.
Shadow Rares / Warplanes, it's basically like It's basically like what happened the second part of the Minicon Wars in Armada. Only difference is that these are plants that are like they're basically plants that are Death Stars on their own that can move on their own. They have plant engines to power them. There's and they're elements basically: water, fire, earth, ice. Technically water, but steel and bone, which is a near organic planet. And then there's the Technic planet, which it gets devoured by the enemy planet called the Beast planet, which is basically a Lovecraftian planet that devours worlds,
Oh,
which is interesting. And that which was what's sad about that show? That show ended on a cliffhanger, or at least it ended on a question mark, an open ended ending basically,
yeah.
because they didn't defeat the spoilers and to a show that's been out for how many years? They didn't defeat the Beast Planet. The whole goal of that series was defeating the Beast Planet, and I think that's where I got my rewrite idea for how a rewritten sequel Star Wars. I think that's where I got my rewrite idea, because the Beast Planet did not get destroyed at the end of War Planets. It got taken somewhere else though. It got relocated basically, and that's where I got my idea of Starkiller Base would not get destroyed. It would get disabled. It'll go quiet for a time between sequels. You know, if you were here for
Yeah.
that, if you were here when I talked about my rewrite of the sequel trilogy, you probably would catch you'll catch it in the backwash. It's in the
Yeah.
Q&A. I think it's somewhere in the stream before that, one of the streams before that. But
Yeah.
one of these days I wanted to learn how to. I'm gonna learn how to clip my streams so that you guys won't have to sift through all the months and years of my WCRs. I can just sit, just basically like what Agent Boomer does with the study hall.
Yeah.
I'm about to ask him how to do stuff like that one of these days. Um, Boy, we're getting off track here. Let's move on now.
Yeah.
I think yeah, you know what? Let's get into Night Screen real quick, and why I have a beef with him.
Okay.
Uh, I think I would have compared him to Nightwing, but I think it's best to compare him to Jason Todd.
Yeah.
As
Yeah.
far
He's
as
definitely
his
more of a Jason
attitude
Todd.
is, he's more of a because he. I mean, here's the thing though, he has a good reason why he is the way he is, but does it have to be so annoying though? That's the question. Because he's been living on Cybertron for the better part of them coming into the of them coming into Cybertron's future as the start begins. Like they were already in the a part of the one of the ships of the Ark, and Megatron was still like jokingly bouncing behind them on a cable, and he got loose, and somehow he just ends up somewhere in the middle of that timeline and just took over. And basically Night Screen witnessed all that, witnessed what happened. The virus that Megatron's I guess, was it a virus? Would you call it a virus that he spread like a plague that changed all the Cybertrons into Viacons
Yeah,
somehow?
I suppose you would call that a virus because they're robots. So yeah, I suppose virus
And
would
he
be
was the
more
only one that
applicable.
kind of oh, this has an idea for what I do when I do the clips. He says you can call your clips wolf bites. You know what? I will do that. Sarah Proctor, I don't mean to get shot, but I highlight his comment real quick. Sandra Proctor says, "Have you seen Belay and Mia's prequel rewrites?" Yeah, they were. To be honest, when it came down to Belay and Mia's rewrite of the prequels, they were my prequel story for a time until Cardinal West did his version of the prequel trilogy, which that's my top rewrite that I like the most. Have you heard of Cardinal West,
No.
Matthew?
No, I haven't.
He's a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber. He talks about writing, and he does like a little bit of essays about certain stories and about modern how modern writers get it wrong when it comes to certain things. So his claim to fame mostly is the sequel trilogy rewrite, which is my sequel trilogy rewrite, because he brings Thrawn into that one, and boy does his rewrite actually give each character, Finn, Poe, Rey, Luke, Leia, Han, they all get equal amounts of respect through these rewrites. But that's his claim to fame, and what's pretty much going to get him more attention is how he rewrote the prequel trilogy. And his version of the prequel trilogy is real good, and that's my top rewrite. So just let you know, Sam Proctor, yeah, he's my top rewrite for the prequel trilogy now. And he also says about Black Reckoning Swarm. I mean, if you're transforming into a spider, you're gonna be creepy regardless. Yeah, Black Reckoning Swarm reminds me of a Daddy Longlegs, which is the less scary spiders on the planet, basically. As far as species of spider, I mean, as far as species of spider, like Daddy Longlegs don't scare me. Neither does Black Widows, unless there's an occasional jump scare moment where my senses start kicking up and I have to dodge. You know what I'm talking about when they spin down their webs and stuff, and you know what it is. It's a Black Widow. You don't want to get bit by those, right? From what I heard, from what I hear, the information about their venom fluctuates. Either it's harmful to humans or it's just an allergic reaction from humans. I don't know which is true. Because from what I heard, I thought recently a Black Widow's bite is not really harmful to humans. It's more harmful to insects mostly, you know. But there was always that ever rumor that a Black Widow can kill a person. Yeah, I was hearing like a Black Widow can kill a person in. Go ahead.
Maybe it fluctuates by
ahead.
region, or maybe it fluctuates by country.
Yeah, because I know our American Black Widows, we got quite a few of them, especially here in California. I've never been bitten by one, and I don't intend to test that theory. By the way, so I'm just here to I'll just leave that to speculation. I'm still leaving that to speculation until proven otherwise. But from what I heard, that I think it depends on the reaction to the human being. But I think most of us are okay. We're just going to get a big rash from it, a very big ugly rash. But that's what I heard. So from what a friend of mine had told me. Now tarantulas, on the other hand, I'm not testing that theory. Never testing that theory. I don't even want to be 10. I want to be 5 feet close to a tarantula, and don't you dare walk near me. Santa Proctor says, "Yeah, I really like this idea of making Obi-Wan the protagonist and keeping Maul as a main villain in all 3 movies." That's Blade of Me is rewrite, by the way. If you haven't checked Blade Mia's what it's the title of his rewrites, by the way, Matthew, is the what Star Wars Episode 1 through 3 were good. That's the title of his videos. If you want to check those out later on or sometime later, that's his that's the title of his videos. What Star Wars episode 1 through 3 was good. But Cardinal West's prequel trilogy rewrite basically, but that's the name of the YouTuber Cardinal West. Brian Gilmore says, "You know what can kill a person? A blue ring octopus's venom." What region are those are, by the way, so I'll know what not to where not to swim, or what time to not to swim, or what time of season not to swim. Because rest of soul, I don't want to end up like Steve Irwin, especially when it comes to stingrays.
Yeah.
You're a good man, Steve. You're a good man. But let's continue. We're getting off track. Let's get back to Night Screen. Uh, there's not really. What can we really say about Night Screen other than he's just a hothead, kind of a the prototypical '90s teenager that screams at adults, not the modernist teenagers that we see nowadays in TV shows that literally scream at adults all damn day.
He even has
Whereas
the hair.
he's more of a grudgy. I forgot about the hair. That emo cowlick. Wow. Yeah. Now that yeah. He does that is SJW hair now, isn't it? That's sad. I used to like that hair. Now they done gone and ruined it. People with no class should stay away from things with class. That's all I gotta say. But his type is more the grudgy type, the one that's like very grudgy towards adults that know way better than they do. But he tries to he gets grudgy when it comes to him knowing exactly how Cybertron has been since his time living there when Megatron took over. So of course he's going to try to assert himself that way because he knows the layout of the world that they just happened upon more so, and that's where they meet him mostly because they found him as a beast form, but completely controlled by his beast form's tendencies, right?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't, right? He was talking. He was talking. He was in that form, just like they were in the beginning of Beast Machines. But he also
I think.
took hold of this fruit, right?
Yeah, my
There was
yeah,
this
my
fruit that
memory's
he was
all.
eating that they ate, and
Yeah, because they were underground in like a
I'll help you
foresty
then.
kind of area.
Yeah, that's where he got his beast form, the bat form, I think. And there was this fruit that he was eating, and they ate it, and that's when they basically relived that same episode I was telling you about in Beast Wars, where their beast modes took hold. Only this time, Optimus was speaking in caveman talk. Eat more, eat. And then of course, Ratchet was squeaking. Cheetor was snarling, and Black Arachnia. Well, she just hissed basically because she's spider.
Yeah.
But I think that's other than that. It's like he's too roguish. Let's just go with that. He's roguish. Like he was all for killing Rat Trap when he was so dead set that Rat Trap would betray them that he was going to stick with Megatron through and through. So it's like we should kill him. Let's take him out. Let's kill him. Even when he tried to approach him to try to talk to him, he gets blasted for his trouble. So this show don't like night. I think this show was well aware that we didn't like Night Scream all that much. So they took every opportunity to kind of ground him a bit or put him in his place in their own way. But I think one good character moment of him was him connecting with Savage and Noble. And I was pretty sad when Savage and Noble died, and he was like really broken up about them dying, both of them dying. So seeing him sacrifice himself to fight Megatron and get his spark removed, that was like haunting to say the least, right?
Yeah.
Well, did you see that episode?
It got us.
Uh, question: how did they get? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I don't remember seeing all of Beast Machines. I remember seeing the end when Primal and Megatron both sacrifice themselves and the planet is reformatted. And also, I've noticed some of the broader elements of the story because of watching like interviews with the writers and all the people behind the scenes. But as for like individual episodes and when things happen a little later on, I don't really remember.
Okay. Yeah, we kind of talked a bit too long for Beast Machines. I think that's what we'll cover so far. Let's talk a bit more about the. You know what? I don't think I have much to really say much about robots in the anime robots in disguise. I think we can just talk more about Armada now.
Yeah,
What do you think? Do you have
yeah. Let's
do you have
let's
anything to
move on
say
to
about
Armada.
robots in disguise? Yeah, let's get to yeah. So Armada is definitely when I think I was in high school at that time now, or at least in the middle of high school, if I recall. So it was like some when did Robots in Disguise debut for your end
It was
before you got
2001.
Armada?
Yeah, Robots in Disguise was in 2001.
From
Yeah, it's the same here.
we were in high school because I yeah I was in high school. I think I was in ninth grade because I remember watching it while doing my homework. But I think I was in 10th grade when Armada came about. At that point, yeah, I was in 10th grade or 11th at that point. But I liked it. I like the designs of each of the Autobots, especially Hot Rod. This version of Hot Rod, which looked more like Bumblebee, if you ask me.
Oh,
I
that
think it was
wasn't
called
Hot
Hot
Rod.
Rod in this
You know, it's
version.
called Hot Shot.
Was he called Hot Shot? Right, Hot Shot, not Hot Rod. Yeah, dang, those names bleed into each other.
I mean, Hot Rod does appear in
he was.
Energon.
I think he was my favorite. Yeah, I think he was my favorite before Sideswipe showed up. The motorcycle, I think it's called. He was called Sideswipe, or what's the motorcycle called? Sideways. I think. I think it was Sideways.
Yeah, Sideways is.
What do you think?
Yeah, Sideways is the motorcycle.
Yeah, Sideways. Yeah, he's interesting because they kind of build him up to be like a sort of renegade type character, but then he became full on evil. Last time I checked, he became like a virus or go or like a phantom or something. And
Yeah, I
Megatron
believe it was a
tried to
ghost.
blow him up for the betterment of his and he just showed his phantom form, trying to possess Megatron. And I think he possessed somebody else for that matter, or he got destroyed, quote unquote destroyed, because he did come back sometime later in a few episodes. Um, who
Yeah,
who
for a
is your
while he
favorite
was trapped in his
Autobot
ghost
in
form.
Armada? Okay, yeah, I was asking. I'll repeat. Who was your favorite Autobot in Armada?
I would have to go with Hot Shot. Definitely.
Hmm. Mine will have to be Hotshot too. I don't think there was any characters that stood out that much in Armada for me to aside from Sideways. I thought I was going to like Sideways, but he became a villain that he was just a cool villain, but I don't think he had any other motivation aside from trying to possess somebody. Right? There might have been
Yeah,
something.
because
Was he? Sorry, what was he voiced by Steve Bloom? Also,
he might have been.
Probably not.
Uh,
I know Steve Bloom voiced a
no.
lot of characters in the War for Cybertron and Fall for Cybertron games.
Yeah, he was
I
Starscream
think
in
the
those
one thing
games.
uh in the first game he was Barricade for a while, and then he was Shockwave in Fall of Cybertron. He was also the narrator to War for Cybertron. Like when there was like narration before the game starts, he was the narrator. But he was also he was Barricade
Yeah,
in War for Cybertron and Shockwave in Fall. Good choice, by the way, for Shockwave, especially how he was written in Fall Cybertron.
yeah,
Very good choice. That sliminess. Uh, we got Dread 2012 Death here. It's been a long time, buddy. Welcome back. I mean, my memory's shoddy, so you might probably popped in here a few times. I mean, you're no stranger here, but I'm saying like for the recent streams, I'm pretty sure you popped up in here a few times. But if you haven't, welcome back, dude. Good to see you again. Um, he says Sideways and Soundwave from Armada were great, by the way. Yeah, I think I liked Soundwave too, here and there. Who was your favorite minicon, by the way?
that would.
Like, what minicon did you like? And tell me its function, by the way. What it did when it combined with a Cybertronian. Because my memory's shoddy as all.
Yeah, mine's not super good on the mini cons and stuff. I like those three that combined. Those three that are like combined into a. It's weird. It's human size, but the mini cons themselves are already human size. I think some of them turn into like mini. One turns into a small
Yeah.
motorbike. I forgot what the other two turn into.
Mm, so one was a skateboard, one was a Vespa, and I think one is supposed to be a. Yeah, what did that one transform into? That's a good question. I know they were kind of like, you know, two of them were kind of like sports, like extreme sports vehicle uh mini cons, and one was a Vespa, or at least a motorbike as you called it. But I like them too. They were the human characters mini cons. They had their own little thing going. I did like the Astro Sword. I think it's called the Astro Sword
The Star
or the
Saver.
Star Blade. Star Saver. There we go. I was close. Especially when Hotshot Wood for the first time, he spins the blade, and the blade's like just stays scraping on the ground multiple times. I was like, I always I always did that sword spin ever since that scene. I'm like, oh, he about to do some Devil May Cry stuff. Then I remember there was like a big arc where both sides are trying to acquire the star blade. Like maybe
Yeah, they're
try
trying to
to
get the
get
three
it.
mini cons.
I know is he Bone Crusher, or at least he looked like Bone Crusher from the Bayformers movie. The one that switched sides over time. He was like a double agent
Do you mean Demolisher?
who's now mentoring Hotshot. Demolisher. There we go. I remember Demolisher found he knew how to counter that thing. Like whenever time you try to strike him, or at least when you try to fight him with your own minicon attachment, he knew how to he knew how to counter it. Like Hotshot tried to strike him with the star. I keep calling it the Astral Sword. That's because I'm thinking of Power Rangers in space. That's why I keep saying that. Power Rangers in Space, the Astral Sword. Oh boy, that means I'm getting hungry a bit. I'll still soldier on. But yeah, Star Saber when Hot Shot tries to attack him with it, he literally grabs the blade like Blade catches it, you know. And he just stand there
Yeah.
looking at like, bruh, please, you know. Or like what's that dude name with that one minicon that attaches to his arm and he turns his arm to like a laser cannon. He's like I think that's he's a helicopter in his
uh,
yeah, his vehicle form. But he try,
is that
you
the
probably don't know.
Decepticon early in the show?
Yeah, he's like kind of like a doof in a way,
Cyclonus, I
and he
believe.
and he hates probably Cyclonus. Yeah, he tries to fight him with his own minicon and freaking Demonster just again grabs where his minicon is and counters him with it. I'm like, well, I'm glad he's on the good side this time around. Did he betray the Autobots later on in the show, or he stayed loyal to them through and through?
I don't actually remember much
Because like I said,
from
I
later
remember
parts.
him mentor. Hmm. I don't think we're ever gonna. I don't think we can cover Aaron John because I vaguely remember Aaron John or any later series within the Minicon War. So
Yeah,
we're
I
at
don't
the
remember much from
3 hour
Aaron either.
mark.
Oh, 3 hours.
You're still ready to go? Because if you're still ready to go, we can actually skip to the Bayformers now. Actually,
Yeah, I'm still ready to go.
because
I've just
I know I hyped that up because we have a. Go ahead.
yeah, there's a
Go
few
ahead. Say your
things that I
piece.
wanna yeah, there's a few things I wanna say before we jump into the Bayformers. I actually have the Armada toy of Thunder, you know, Skywarp, and he had his little minicom partner
Nice.
called Thunder Clash, which is actually a pretty deep cut now I think about it, because Thunder Clash is an Autobot leader from Europe and here in the UK. He would he His figure never appeared
Hmm.
in America because he's I think they were called the Turbo Masters. But apart from that,
Okay.
there's one other G1 related thing I want to mention. There's two wolf themed transformers from G1 that well, maybe you would like. There's the Headmaster Weird Wolf, who, from what I've
Hmm.
read, he talks like Yoda. I think there was something else to it, some more to his personality. I don't quite remember what else that was. And there's I think it's 1987 headmaster Decepticon called Fangry, who was also a wolf, or more of a wolf bat hybrid, and he was
Nice.
also like he had the specific personality traits of being very like aggressive to anyone who tried giving him orders, and he'll be like very violent. And his headmaster partner was like very confident that he could command and control Fangry because his confidence came from the fact that he formed Fangry's head. So he was thinking he's not going to kill me because I form a crucial part of him. And both of them would
Mm-hmm.
test each other, like push each other very far.
Push each other's buttons. It's
Yeah,
like I. It's like it's. I hate the reference. I hate the reference. Land Before Time. 4 with that terrible song. Who needs you? Not me. With the bird and the alligator. I don't know if you ever watched the Land Before Time sequels, the direct to video sequels.
I do
But
remember
there's a
watching one
line.
of the Land Before Times.
It's basically just okay. Please say it's the first one.
It might have been. I honestly don't remember.
Please say it's the first one. Okay, question. Who dies in the beginning of the movie? If you don't remember anybody dying, then you're not watching the good one then.
No, I don't remember anyone dying.
Yeah, it's one of the sequels then. I'm teasing you though, but
Yeah.
yeah, if you ever do get to Land Before Time, just stick to the first movie. The obviously titled The Land Before Time.
Yeah.
It should be on Netflix now, but I don't know how UK treats Netflix over there. You got your mileage is different from what I heard,
Yeah, there are
especially
some
in other
shows.
countries, other regions. I mean,
Yeah, there are some shows that are on Netflix in
but
America that we don't get here, and every now and then shows and movies will just disappear from Netflix.
been experiencing that too myself, and I was pissed. I was also pissed when they took away Batman Beyond, which I was. Fortunately, I was glad I was able to watch that series from beginning to end when I was hanging with my friend. I was staying at his place for at least the betterment of the month. I was able to watch Beast Wars from beginning to end, you know, and then
Yeah.
I was able to watch Batman Beyond from beginning to end. Now, the only crime against humanity that they didn't do is put the Zeta Project on there. You know, if you ever heard the Zeta Project, which was
I
another
have heard of it, but I've not watched it.
DCAU type show. I gotta remind myself to share the intro on the Professor Geek group because I'm lately I've been sharing old '90s stuff for anybody who's willing to search these things up so that people because I recently I recently before Big Al had the I think it was Big Al, no Troy the Pacellis did the I think it was Al that did the Beastmaster rewatch.
Yeah, yeah, it was out.
Before that happened, I shared the Beastmaster. Yeah, we I shared the Beastmaster '90s TV show intro on that one on the Professor Geek group, and
Okay.
recently I shared the Godzilla animated series for '98 from the '98 adaptation, and the Kong for I think that one came out in 2001 or 2002. It was a Kong animated series, so that's what I do sometimes on that to contribute in that group. Basically, show some our time old geek stuff, you know.
Yeah, I should remember that
But
Kong show.
I'm getting a little sidetracked here. Let's get. Yeah, I liked it. It was a unique take on Kong. The biomerge thing, the system that they use for biomerging, that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Um, we're getting off track. Let's get into the Bayformers Transformers now. So quick question. So, what was your experience seeing the live action Transformers trailer, the teaser with the hub landing, the Hubble landing, and the what looks to be a Decepticon that grabs it in the teaser. What was your experience there when you watched
Well,
that
when that
teaser? Like how'd you feel?
well, it wasn't quite clear enough. I was like excited to see Transformers in live action and in a feature film. It wasn't quite clear enough for me to actually see what the designs looked like, so I was kind of curious about that. I suppose curious and optimistic about it, because this would have been
Mm-hmm.
before I saw the '80s movie. Obviously, after I've seen multiple episodes from the different shows before the movie, but also before I saw the anime movie from the '80s, because I saw that a few years later.
How I got how I got into the '86 movie is, believe it or not, the Nostalgia Critic and other people who basically just did a negative review about it. Basically, that's the majority of reviews. Whenever time I watch reviews about the Transformers '86 movie, I'm like, what was these people smoking on when they review this movie? Because sounds like they're not Transformers fans. Obviously, Doug Walker himself, I don't think he's a Transformers fan. Period. I'm going out and say that he can challenge me on that one. But yeah, I find your lacking Transformers fandom questionable. I did the reference wrong, but whatever. We'll go with that. But I I again imagine, like we talked about in the beginning of the stream. A6 is good, so screw the haters basically. But I'll tell you my experience when I first saw that teaser. Um, I I was really excited, goosebumps even, like real goosebumps, because I saw this is back when I was like looking at trailers on what's that site called? Real Time, Quick Time, or something like that. They had their own little brand of stuff like Real Player for desktops at the time. And I was looking through their sites for mostly what's coming out for trailers nowadays. We can now look on YouTube this time around. But I always go to them because they never did me no wrong when every time they show movies that were coming out. But that trailer for the first teaser really had me hyped. I even I think I remember rushing up to get my brother because we were teen. We were, I think we were now gearing towards the legal age now. I think I was probably, I think I was 19 at the time, veering towards 20. Mad no, we're talking about the Bayformers, the Michael Bay Transformers movie. He's asking what we're talking about. But
Yeah.
yeah, I remember rushing my brother. I was like, hey, come here. I would not I would not tell him what I saw. He's like, what? What, Sean? I said my real name. I almost said my real name. I almost said my real name. You saw me catch myself there. I almost said my real name. He's like, what? What wolf? What? I was showing him like keep watching, because he was watching it, and you know that build up through that teaser, and he's like, what is it? What are we watching? Keep watching. And he said, and he watched it, and he was, and it finished, and the title pop up. He's like, really? I was like, yeah, they're making a Transformers movie, man. Aren't you excited? He wasn't really that much, but when he finally watched it, boy, he was elated, very elated to after watching the because after seeing the movie itself, fast forward to the future, I've already seen the movie in theaters, but I had bought the DVD when it came out, and that's when he started watching it, and he still loved it. So, but before that, let me ask you this though: when the actual trailer came out, how did you feel about that then? Because there were two trailers actually. There were two trailers that came out. Because there was a serious one and there was the epic one. That's what I call those: the serious one and the epic one. The serious one had that little light breath in the background when they did the strobe thing with the scenes that you ever heard that one?
I think I only saw one of the trailers,
Go ahead.
or one of the official trailers.
You probably
I mean,
saw
at first,
yeah, probably the second one.
yeah, I mean, at first
Go ahead. Tell me your experience.
I was a little more Well, I had a little more clearer idea when I saw the actual like official trailer, because like, okay, now I know what they look like. Don't quite know what the story, like how the story is going to play out, or if the characters are going to act in similar to the G1 cartoon, or if they're going to be representative of that in any way. And I was just sort of sitting with that until the movie came out, basically.
Yeah, now that you know what? Now that you saying it that way, this was back before there was any news covering the movie before it comes out. Actually, this was around the time where you were actually hyped for a trailer, and there was barely anything said about a movie in the tabloids that much. Sometimes you barely got any information out about a certain movie, and Transformers was one of them. Like you didn't really know that much what was going to happen, other than you had the trailer to fall back on, mostly just the trailer. And I kind of wish we would stay like that. Like too much information is too much information. But nowadays, now that we have information, now we know what movie's going to be a train wreck and what movie's probably going to be good or at least decent. But the I revi- I will tell you this: I revisited all the original Transformers. By the way, the not the first Bayformers movie trailers, right? And I watched those trailers again. I'm like, bruh, this reminds me of a time when we used to get hyped for a trailer. I even put in the comments like back when you used to be hyped for a trailer more so than a movie because the trailer did the movie so justice. It's like you can go back and revisit. And it's like sometimes the trailer could be better than the movie at times if it's a terrible movie. But that's neither here or there nowadays. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, yes, definitely.
Now that being that being said, tell me what you thought about the first movie back in the days, and how do you feel about it now?
Well, back when the film first released in cinema, I was definitely eager to see it then. And after when I then came out of from watching the film, I was a little confused because I already had somewhat of a preconception of Transformers from like 3 or 4 different shows, but also having no idea about the actual film itself before going in. So I was kind of both excited going in, but also kind of not 100% sure what I was going to get. And then coming back out, I was kind of, that wasn't exactly like the cartoon, or any of the cartoons that I watched. There were definitely some problems that I noticed the first time. And then after watching it, like I think 1 or 2 more times after that, and then like hearing what other people say about the films and watching more of the old cartoons, I have kind of settled more on the first films might not be the worst of the Bay films. It's still not a very good film. It still has a lot of problems. Most of what I don't like about it is more to do with the reputation that it's given Transformers moving forward.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I would say that I was in the theater. I was pretty excited from what I was seeing. Um, but this is me back then. This is not me now. Nowadays I watch movies with a more focused mind. But there are times my brain does shut down when something fun is happening. But then it takes multiple viewings to actually for me to actually observe a movie and still come out differently or come out the same. in the case of Transformers One, when I first watched it, I was like, that was actually fun. That was actually awesome. You know, it was good
Yeah.
enough for me to buy it on DVD, of course. So that there you go. That tells you all about how much I liked it. Nowadays, it's like I don't even want to do. I don't want nothing to do with that movie because now, given where the series headed afterwards, I'm like I pretty much separate myself from the first movie by I think I gave it to the job that I once worked at, which is the city of Gardena. I was a janitor there. I think I just because there's a break spot where we go to where we can watch movies and chill for a bit to take our breaks. And basically, I took all the movies I did not want to own anymore and just gave it to them without them knowing, basically. So I dropped off my Dungeons and Dragons, the one with Marlon Wayans, the Godzilla
Yeah.
'98, which I don't know what possessed me to buy that one, knowing full well that's not a good movie. Some other stuff that I can't remember that I also remember did not like that much or didn't want to keep anymore. So that's where it is now, or at least I think I let my brother have it. I don't remember what I did with it. I just know I didn't want it anymore at all. Of course, I'm not afraid to admit that I'm a pirate myself. I acquire things through less savory means. So far, if I couldn't watch I think I only did that for part two, but I'll get into we'll get more into part two once we cover through part one. Um, did you even like any of the characters, by the way, the human characters in part one back then?
Then
I mean,
I mean, back then I found like the like Sam's interactions with his parents to be kind of weird and like it felt more like a distraction than anything else. I didn't quite find Sam to be like super annoying. Like I know later on in the movies he gets more annoying, but in the first one he didn't. At least then he
mm-hmm.
didn't feel too. He didn't feel that annoying, but he definitely was. There were hints of him being kind of annoying early on. I don't know what possessed them to keep their parents
Yeah,
around for the later films.
I don't know. I think Sam Witwicky was all right in my book in the first movie. I didn't know what else to say about him originally until we only have enough to say about him now until we get to the future films, and it's like they just I don't know what was Bay's mind writing this character the way he wrote, and even now I remember having this conversation with a friend of mine years ago, and I was like, you know what, I I talked about a lot about Linux, right? The he was the leader of his own little military squad that later become Nest in the later films.
Yeah,
And I said I said this to my friend. I'm like, bruh, I was following Linux the most more so than Sam Witwicky. He had a wife, he had a baby girl, he's got friends that care about him. You know, he builds Nest in the next movie and he continues to build Nest more. Why is he not the protagonist? That's the problem with the Bay formers. Too many protagonists that you couldn't follow, and the one that we supposed to be following more, we don't get to follow that much. But the one we're not supposed to be following gets the most attention. Who cares about? Sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself because I was about to throw in the rant. You think I should go rant mode now? You think I should go rage mode,
how
Matthew?
long you been how long you been holding the rage back?
Quite some time since let's just say this Beast Wars. I've been holding that since Beast
Yeah,
Wars. So uh, I think we can continue this closely, but I don't know how long is it until people start fading out. I usually run these at least like around. My limit is usually 5 hours. We're at the three hour, but I'm gonna go rage mode anyways. You ready?
Yep.
I'm just sitting here like why is Liz not the main character? Because I get where again I get where Michael Bay was going with when he chose Sam Witwicky as the teen avatar for little boys to imprint on. But I'm like, no, I think a lot of dudes, a lot of young boys would want to be Lennox most of all, or Tyrese. I know my brother wanted to be Tyrese as a soldier, or at least, or rather, more so they wanted to be the Autobots than the humans. But if he had to go with the human element, I'd rather be Lennox. He has a gun. He rode on a motorcycle and blew Decepticon balls. He formed a team. How can I relate to Sam when basically all he's doing is what I'm doing in real life, basically going to school or getting a job. That's how out of touch Michael Bay was when it comes to Sam. Like, who cares about Sam Witwicky going to college? That's where we're going. I don't care about college. I come to Transformers to get away from college. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I was going to community college at the time, you know? And I'm like, and then the next movie, he's all like, looking for a job. I'm like, bruh, I'm looking for a job. I don't need to be reminded of myself looking for a job. I'd rather be watching Linux blow up some robots. Because he did really well with that in part two. They had that big battle in part two, and he was blowing up robots left and right. Why do I care about Sam Witwicky looking for a job? Working at a job when he finally get a job. I'm working at a job. I don't need to be reminded that I'm working at a job. You know, like it's almost seemed like his stuff was mirroring what I was doing at the time, and I'm like, I don't need to be reminded of myself doing that. I want to see Liz do some good stuff, do some cool stuff. You know, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself a bit, but again, going back to Kate Yeager in the later Transformers films, I don't need to be reminded that I'm trying to get my art projects done, which he's doing his little inventor stuff. That reminds me of me trying to get my art project done. I don't need to be reminded of that. I'd rather he be with Nest fighting robots. That's something I can't do in real life. I know I can't do that, but that's what makes it cool. Sorry, rant over. Oh my goodness, that's my problem with the human aspect, is that he's focusing on real life stuff more so than the fantasy stuff, which is Nest. Nest is fantasy. That's my escapism. Dudes with big guns fighting big robots alongside the Autobots. What, given that rant in mind, what do you think? You know, we don't have to go in specific, or we can shuffle around. Would that be okay for you?
Yeah, that'd be okay if we like.
Because we could talk about them interchangeably, you know. Yeah. Because I know I did that like from one to last night in last stream. But go ahead.
Yes, aside from the visual design of the Transformers in the Bayformers films, aside from that, my annoyance, there's like one specific thing that really bugs me, like really gets on me with these movies, is that the Transformers themselves, they're like really inconsistent. Sometimes they can talk in like interchangeable modes. Sometimes they can talk. Sometimes the animal Transformers can talk regardless of their mode, and then sometimes other ones can't. And then they left out one part where Transformers can where whether they're in robot mode or vehicle mode, they can still speak and communicate with people and each other, and also that they can partially transform, so they can like stay in truck mode or car mode, but like transform their arm out of the vehicle mode. I think there's a scene in the third movie where Bumblebee does that briefly, but then it's none of the other Autobots do that as well. There's no other instance of that happening whatsoever, apart from that one scene. And it's like, and also the
Yeah,
Transformers themselves, like they're really inconsistent with the transformation. Like Bumblebee transforms in 3 different ways in the first movie alone, possibly 4 times, and then it's like different in the next few movies
right.
as well. It's like they're supposed to have like a consistent transformation. That's kind of part of the idea behind the toys and the show. These shows, so even when they were poorly animated, they still did that.
Yeah, they always had a even let's even bring in Beast Wars to the mix. They had a consistent transformation too, or at least they had. At least in the case of Optimus Primal, there were times he would have like how his lower half has to turn around to complete the transformation, right? So
Yeah,
there was later in the season he would jump up and then transform to complete the transformation this time instead of just his usual transform and let his legs turn all the way around. So there was also consistency on how they transform in Beast Wars. But yeah, I get you with the inconsistency. Like there were times where they were speaking, the Decepticons were speaking Cybertronian, but the Autobots wouldn't. You know, or like
yeah,
in the case of yeah, Bumblebee doing the whole partial transformations with the when they pop out the guns and stuff that they're it basically trying to be like War for Cybertron in that regard. With that, then you get to last night where pop he can for some reason he can be cubics now. You ever heard of cubics? The robots for everyone,
uh, the name sounds
you,
familiar, but I don't specifically know where it's from.
or better yet, a better comparison would be the Iron Giant when he would break apart and reconfigure himself. Yeah,
Yeah,
you get to last night. He can now break himself to pieces and now can reform through jetpacks in individual pieces of his body and magnetize it. I'm like, that's another thing that bugged me too. The Bumblebee favoritism in these movies. Like Bumblebee will have a new feature here and there, but for some reason you can't freaking fix his voice box. Really?
yeah. I mean, I think at the end of the
That's,
first movie, they even established that his voice box was working, or that he could speak. I think that was the only time he. That's the only time we heard him speak.
and then they until last night, which he speak for a dramatic reason. For for the first movie, he was like, "Permission to speak, Commander. Permission granted, old friend. I wish to stay with the boy." And I liked Bumblebee's voice for the first movie. I wish they would have kept it for last night. And last night they gave him this useful voice this time around. He says, "I am Bumblebee. I am your friend, loyal to the end, Optimus." To get Nemesis Prime, quote unquote, out of his little configuration. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
It's like obviously we knew Bay was not caring, or at least the person who was writing these movies was not caring about the Transformers. Once Dark of the Moon was done and we got into Age of Extinction, I would say some people will always argue that the first 3 Transformers were way more consistent than Age of Extinction Last Night ever was, which I'm inclined to agree, but I prefer Mark Wahlberg over Shia LaBeouf's acting because at least Mark Wahlberg, uh, it's entertaining to say the least. Whereas Shia LaBeouf, I don't know who what was the attraction to Shia LaBeouf around that time. I did not see him as the it guy that much. I liked him as Sam with Wiki, but like For a time, yes, for a time, by the way. But like, who was really doing that I Heart Shia LaBeouf thing? You know, like was he really that eye catchy? I don't get it. I never got it. It's like me questioning what makes Justin Bieber so special. You know,
Yeah.
but that's a whole another talk. But
Yeah.
back to the Transformers. We also mentioned about the in the green room before we launched this stream. They we were talking about the inconsistency in their designs, definitely, and I mentioned that they look like skeletons more so than actual robots, with the lack of armor covering up their robotic parts, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's most
What's
apparent
your
with
take on those?
Megatron.
Give me your take. Definitely the Decepticons were too uniformly gray color. You could barely tell them apart, aside from Megatron and possibly Starscream, or at least Blackout, which all you gotta do is look for the propellers, right?
Yeah. But then you
And
then
then
you
never forget
have
what. Go ahead.
then you have that other helicopter. I think his name was Grindor. I think he was slightly bigger, but he had literally no
He
personality
was
whatsoever. He was just sort of there for Optimus to tear his face in half. I think that's the only reason I remember that is because it was
awesome
such a
scene, by the
like
way.
striking visual.
Yeah.
And
Another striking visual that I like was Bone Crusher tackling Optimus off a freeway, which I gotta say this. Michael Bay does not respect geography in action at all.
yeah,
Really, because like at one point they're on a highway, but now they're on a freeway, which it didn't look like it lit. The highway did not look like it led to that kind of particular freeway. Is what I'm saying. You know,
yeah,
which means they filmed different locations. Obviously, I used to be a resident of LA. I know what that LA freeway looks like, or at least I'm probably confusing my freeways because that kind of looked like LA's one of LA's freeways, you know. So I'm like, you got them on the highway, and not well, technically it's a freeway, but like now they're on a high freeway under bridge and stuff. I'm like, how they get there? How, you know? There's no connection there to suggest that they're heading. That's where they're heading. It's like they needed them to fall off and onto something, you know.
yeah.
But they didn't have no logistics of how to connect the two scenes. You might as well just kept them on
Yes,
the highway, basically.
yeah, it's as if they cut a scene out.
hmm Um, Another thing that's inconsistent is they could never tell which characters were dead and which ones were still alive, or at least they were able to keep some characters alive, but like don't really explain why certain characters were missing. Like we obviously know why Skits and Mudflat were missing in part 3 because of
Yeah,
the quote unquote, I call it quote unquote because in my stream about the Bayforce review the entire franchise there, I did mention that Skits. I had no problem with Skits and Mudflat. They were not black stereotypes to me. They're just goofy characters. They just they were dumb in design, but I'm like that whole controversy they were talking about with Bay. I was like, I don't think Bay's a racist. I never thought Bay's a racist. Me and my friend used to joke about Skits and Mudflat. We would, funny enough, we'll quote Skits and Mudflat. I got the green one. No, I got the green. No, I got the green one. I got the green one. Oh man, why you gotta hit me so hard? You know, stuff like that. Like, bruh, why people are so pissed off about the way how they talk. Black people talk like that. Most black people talk like that. I know black people that talk like that. And even I could barely understand what they're saying half the time. I'm just like, dude, how is that? How is that a controversy? That's a non-controversy. But I will say one thing that is kind of a controversy: the RC triplets. They end up dying in the second movie, and I'm like,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah,
Well,
they're so non-existent in
I'll retract
in
what I
that
said. That's
movie.
not a controversy. My yeah, they were. But another thing is, no. Here's one thing I got really slam Bay on this one because I do mention that the RC triplets get killed in the second movie, right?
Yeah,
But in
like
the
the end
trailer
of the
of
film.
last night, you got that little girl doing that little. Yeah, I'm saying in the trailer of one of the trailers of last night, right? Because this is where nowadays they gotta throw a whole bunch of trailers for you to keep interested in one movie, right? So
Yeah.
you got that one trailer with that one girl who became who was Dora in that Dora movie, right? She's doing that
Yeah.
old walk like a girl, talk like a girl. Yeah, I run like a girl, don't you? I'm like, Bay, stop. No, Bay, you can't, Bay, Bay. I don't know if you're the one who okayed this or I don't know if anybody promoted this, but you are the last person to try to prop up a try to pop up a fit. Mm, excuse me. Here's another rant coming. Here's another rant coming. But you are the last person to try to prop up a little girl as a main character on this little girl power trip that you're doing with her. Considering that most of the female characters you had either pose for the camera in a pinup shot or wear sexy clothing or don't really say much at all and let a dude lead them around. I mean, I don't mean to get all feministic on here, but I'm like, bruh, you are the last person to be promoting this. Stop. Mm-mm. No, stop. And I know you ain't gonna do much with her in this movie. And this is what this is happening when I had that have the job as a movie at the movie theater, right? And I'm just sitting here because we have trailer projecting on screen, right? I'm saying like, babe, you better stop. You are the last person to be doing this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What you thought about that trailer, dude? Did you ever see that trailer?
Yeah, I saw that. As soon as I saw that trailer, I was like, "Oh god damn, they're doing this too." It's like, is there nowhere where we can watch a film and
Yeah, this
not
is where
have this kind of stuff in it?
I was saying like this is where the woke stuff was kind of like on the rise. The seeds were really planted, especially after the whole Ghostbusters controversy started happening. I'm like, Bay, you are the last person to even attempt the wokeness. Leave the wokeness, dude. Wokeness is not your strong suit. Sorry, Stick to what you know, and I'm glad he did that when he did Six Underground. He went back to he. I think he's no longer shackled by Hollywood. Yeah, man, Nui. That's basically him trying to virtue signal. I was like, bruh, you are the last person to be doing that. Stop. Stop. When you when you prop up a teenager's quote unquote teenager's buttocks in the middle of the screen in Age of Extinction, don't forget that don't think I forgot about that. Don't you think we did not forget about that, dude? Because I was in the theater with Age of Extinction. I'm like, bro, why is her butt on display and she's supposed to be 17? And I know that girl ain't 17 in real life, but they're making a really big deal about her being a 17-year-old, you know. But they screenshot her butt when they were showing off her little shorts. Remember that?
Yeah.
Tessa, that's her name was Tess. I'm like, bro, you are the last person to try to virtue signal women now. Again, especially when the main female character in Last Night is supposed to be the descendant of Merlin, right? And they're trying to
Yeah.
prop these two up to be her and Kay to be like these de facto love interests, and they're trying to prop up as like this whole marriage material where they're trying they're trying to chas Kay with that little coin thing that he had that basically turned into a chastity belt around him. Like, stop, Bay, stop. you are the last person to be doing this. I mean, really now, like that stunned me. It's like really, babe, you trying to. I'm glad you. I'm glad you're away from Hollywood. I want to keep you sacred of all people. I'm like, bruh, of all people I'm trying to defend now, of all people I'm trying to say get away from Hollywood, it's Michael Bay. Oh man, what other things would you like to say as far as like? Well, actually, no. Who is best girl in Bayformers to you?
Oh, that's that's difficult. Uh,
It is
Probably
difficult.
yeah, maybe Megan Fox character, or maybe the second girl from the third movie. I
Michaela.
forgot her name.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it.
let's go into her.
Michaela and
Carly. She's Carly in the Michaela and Carly. So that's supposed to
yeah,
be Carly, Sam's technically wife in the original movies, and she's technically a Victoria's Secret model in real life. And
yeah,
I don't know, I kind of like Carly a little bit better than Michaela. Maybe I could be contradicting myself because I think I had some choice words to say about her in the Bayformers stream I did last year. But I will say this, I do remembering that I liked her a little bit better when I went to see Dark of the Moon. When I went to see Dark of the Moon by myself in theaters, like she's actually a little bit better than Michaela because my only issue with Michaela was the fact that mm, uh what did I remember what I said about Michaela? I think I think my anger was more towards Sam because the whole thing where she's like, oh no, here's the thing. Why is she stripped down in the middle of a neighborhood to get into her white dress out in public like that just to wish the guy to a safe trip to college, right? But one answer, of course, Michael Bay, right? Well,
yeah,
I'm like, but you're in a dress, and that dress could hike up. Like she's pulling down her jeans, and that dress could hike up at any given moment, exposing some other stuff that she shouldn't be showing off in front of the public.
yeah.
There's there,
And it's like when
there
she's
like last time I checked, I didn't see her go to. Go ahead.
yeah when she like starts like
Go ahead.
taking off something like the jacket and the jeans and stuff. What when she starts doing that, you don't realize she's wearing a white dress, and if she's like, hang on, I didn't realize this something like this was going to happen in a movie like this. I thought this was for children.
Yeah. I was like, I'm sitting here. I'm like confused. Originally, I was confused by it, but then I'm even more confused because again, I just realized she's out in public doing this. She doesn't go to because this is after Bumblebee like takes out these little mini Decepticon critters, and there's like debris everywhere. And you mean to tell me she could not find a spot to hide in the debris to do that? She did that right out on their front yard, their front lawn, and did that, and then approached them. And I'm like, bruh, you did not see her just strip down out in public? And more on, I want to elaborate more on that, but let me get into how he reacted when she's like when he can't even bring himself to say I love you. I'm like,
Yeah,
bruh, the broad just stripped right in front of you in public at the risk of her own dignity, and you mean to tell me you can't say I love you? I don't know what Ryder's mindset was when it comes to dudes, because
mm,
I love you. There, it's simple.
yeah.
I mean, you would be in the same spot.
Especially
Like,
since
come on, like
yeah,
you would not
especially
need.
since they've been
Go
together
ahead.
for probably a year by now. I don't know if the
Yeah,
timeline in the
especially
movie works the same as in like the way that movies are released.
Yeah, especially when in the first movie he was all gung ho trying to win her affection, and you mean to tell you can't tell her you love her. I don't think he says that at the end of the second movie either, because she's the one who keeps saying I love you, I need you, I need like basically ripping off Matrix. By the way, yeah, there you go. There's your Matrix rip off. But I'm like, bruh, again, you mean to tell this man can't say I love? Like that's the one thing that really disgusts me. Even as a 22-year-old that watched it, I think I was 22 at the time. I could be getting my dates mixed up, but there we are. But I'm just saying, like, bruh, I didn't have a hard time telling my girlfriend at the time I love you at all. What that's what I'm saying. What is writers thinking back then that dudes have a hard time telling their girlfriends they love them? Like, what's so unmanly for a man to say to a woman I love her? I'm sorry, I'm getting on attention on that, but that really stunts me. Like, any dude can say I love you. That's not weakness. That's affection. Duh. We're gonna be
Yeah.
ranting, man. I'm gonna be ranting mostly. You're more of the you're more of the tranquil fury, right?
Yeah.
Uh, 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 okay. I'll admit that's kind of a British stereotype, right? That you guys are more tranquil in your fury, or is that true? True to life. I mean,
No, I think it varies from region to some regions. People are like that, and then other
yeah,
areas it's not quite.
yeah. Y'all ready to square down in other regions, but other than that, like
Yeah.
the more stereotypical version of British is that you guys are so tranquil that nothing really bothers you. Like in basically Monty Python, you know. No, no, no. Keep moving, keep moving. Even though they're flinging their crap at us, keep moving. Do not pay attention. Do not engage. Do not engage. Something like basically something like that. But I'm more the raging American. The America. The boisterous loudmouth American.
Yeah.
I'm actually, you know what? Now that with that being said, I'm liking how you laughing at this, how you taking a stride. See, American, see, social progressives, the American, the British are having a fun at the stereotypes that we're portrayed in. Okay, so in the famous words of the Wolf Commander, man your business on what is and what is politically correct. Man your business. Okay, I'm gonna use that. That's gonna be on the shirt. Man your business. Let's continue with the movies real quick. What else would you want to say about the Bayforce movies? Because I
Well, there's
took
one.
over the majority of the stream. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The bear part of the stream. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is one thing about the Bay movies that really is like stuck into my mind. That's I don't know why they did this. So they had Nemesis Prime be like just an alternate identity for Optimus, which I don't understand. I know in some
Right.
continuities he's kind of a dark reflection of like the dark thoughts from Optimus, but he never like is like an alternate identity or alternate personality. He's kind of more of a. He always like in some way is his own separate transformer from Optimus. He just looks like him. Like I think they definitely should have had Nemesis Prime be in Age of Extinction because they were trying to create their own Optimus Prime, but it kept coming out as as a version of Megatron because they were using Megatron's brain. I was
Right.
just thinking, well, if you're going the evil of Megatron, but you want it to be a copy of Optimus, I feel like that should have come out as Nemesis Prime. I do like some of the elements involving Galvatron in that movie, but I do think that definitely should have been Nemesis Prime. Because Nemesis Prime has been human built before. I think they should have gone with Galvatron in The Last Night and have Nemesis Prime be the secondary villain of Age of Extinction. And I find it weird that they Galvatron walks off the screen, and then when we see him again in The Last Night, he's Megatron with no explanation how he was turned back into Megatron. Although that is
no, that one thing that's another that bothered me too. Yeah,
especially since I like
that bothered me too. Like, how do you become?
Yeah, I liked the way Frank Welker voiced Galvatron in Age of Extinction. He actually sounded more like Leonard Nimoy, or in the scenes where he was talking. Because I remember Frank Welker voiced Galvatron in the 80s. He had more of a high-pitched, raspy tone to his voice, which wasn't what Leonard Nimoy had also, more of a deep voice.
Right. I also like this exchange between Optimus and Galvatron in Age of Extinction. No spark? That's because I fight with no fear. I was like, weak argument, but I'll say that's kind of a badass line.
Oh yeah, because it's like you have no soul. That's because I have no fear. I do love that. It's like Frank Welker's delivery really sells it.
Then you got. There's also lockout, or lockdown.
Yeah.
What you think about lockdown as a Cybertronian hunter? What do you thought about his addition to the Bayformers universe?
It's kind of confusing because Age of Extinction is technically his second appearance in the Bayformers universe, because there was a version of Lockdown that appeared in one of the video games for the first movie, I believe. It was a very minor appearance in that game, though, and he looked very different.
Okay.
But, that appearance in the video game, that design was based on his Transformers Animated design, because he first appeared in Transformers Animated. But I understand the whole being business oriented. I understand the whole being like a business oriented bounty hunter with no allegiances to either Orbit or Decepticon. Which, funnily enough, Hasbro can't even keep that straight. They keep making him a Decepticon, even though he's supposed to be an unaligned bounty hunter. But
in the toys,
in the other shows and other shows and continuities, like the show Cyberverse, Lockdown appears in that show, and he's a Decepticon for some unknown reason.
Okay. I did like his miss in the movie. I wish he was the de facto antagonist of the movie itself instead of. Granted, I like Galvatron, but I kind of wish they would have stuck with Lockdown more, because he had a miss. Like I said, he had a miss about him. They basically Dark Mode him. Cool design. Like before we got Clone Wars Dark Mode, he was cool in design and only cool for like for that brief movie. And even then, like, he had more speaking lines than Darth Maul himself from the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
And I'm like, cool. He's pretty boss. He hunts down Transformers, take their sparks and stuff. And let's not forget. Yeah, Age of Extinction. They violated movie pet peeve #1. If you ever watch my video about movie pet peeves, you probably know what I mean, but I'll say it on the stream right now. they violated movie pet peeve number one, in universe nickname drop, which is we call them the Transformers, right? So why does the humans start calling them Transformers? I thought they were NBEs, non-biological extraterrestrials, right? Or they call them
Yeah.
Cybertronians. So why are they calling them Transformers? And it almost sounded like they were using it as a racial slur, in a way. They
Yeah.
sound like they were using it as a racial slur. So I guess you could kind of see the political spectrum was kind of invading our entertainment now. Now that you think about it.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it,
Thankfully, it
it seems
doesn't.
like they were trying to do that. They were trying to go ahead.
Yeah. Thankfully, the whole
I know
political
you went to say something.
ideology doesn't appear to have taken that strong of a hold over Transformers. I think it might have done over the IDW comics a
Yeah.
little bit, but like Hasbro, or specifically the Transformers division of Hasbro, they are very like devoted to delivering like Transformers figures that fans want. And because of how many characters there are, there's always going to be another character that we still need a new updated figure of that they can give us. So it means they still have
Right.
more that they can do later down the line.
Mm-hmm. And that's one thing that back to the movies again. Where I was going with this. Uh, the question I always ask with these movies is why is the enemies have more in their ranks than the good guys do? It's like the roster keeps getting smaller and smaller each movie when it comes to the good guys. Like we lost Jazz in the first movie, then we didn't lose anybody in the second movie, but we lost Ironhide, and then you start losing the Wreckers. Like you see one of the Wreckers get killed. Oh yeah. I take that back. We did lose people in the second movie, the RC twins. I mean, the RC triplets.
Yeah.
Um, third one, again, we lost Ironhide to Sentinel Prime, which, speaking of Leonard Nimoy, was voiced by Leonard Nimoy, and he used the needs of the mini speech as a villain speech,
Yeah.
of all things.
And
That
there was
was
an episode of
weird.
Star Trek played at the beginning in the background.
Oh, wow. I forgot about that. Yes.
Uh,
I would say Dark of the Moon tried to take itself way too seriously. Way too seriously. And then the interjection with Sam Witwicky's antics just doesn't really mesh well with the tone. I mean, that they were going for. Also, speaking of movie pet peeves, four also violated. I think it's pet peeve number three. Since when moments? I think that's what I called it. The since when moment in pet peeve number three, or it wasn't number. Yeah, I think it was number three. And it's a line that Optimus says to K that triggered that pet peeve. And you know K's talking about how his daughter doesn't listen to him, right?
yeah.
And he says Bumblebee never listened to me in his youth. I'm like, since when? Since when has Bumblebee ever disobeyed an order to you? When? When has he been reckless? When has he disobeyed? When? Four, no, 3 movies ago, he is very low, and he listened to every order you make that you command of him. There has never been a time when he disobeys you. Never. Let me bring down the list. First movie, he requests for you to stay with the boy. You granted him that request. When he went in 2, you ordered him to stick by Sam. He stayed there with Sam. And 3, you were He was absolutely loyal to you and defiant to the Decepticons that he excuse me, he fought to the bitter end and still stayed alive. Now you tell me in 4 he has a reckless streak and he doesn't listen to you. When? Sorry, rant over.
Yeah.
I turned to Samuel Jackson there. I went transformed to Samuel. I'm like, when has I'm serious. I'm like, bruh. When he said that, I exclaimed in the theater, when? When has he disobeyed you? Because he's been, I wouldn't even say this. Let's go into Bumblebee. He was going to stay, he was arguing that they stay on Cybertron and still fight. But he went on the arc per your orders. So when has he ever disobeyed you? I'm sorry. I don't mean to scream. but that okay. Bruh, that stung me fierce. That stung me fierce when he said that. And the movie is jumping through so many hoops to justify that, especially when he goes to help Optimus fight Lockdown. Right? I told you to stay out. Like, bruh, movie. Stop trying to convince me that Bumblebee is this kind of new character. He's not this character. He is loyal to Optimus. Why are you trying to tell me otherwise? Go ahead. You tell me your thoughts about that. Yeah, Go ahead, Matthew.
I mean, that did really confuse me because it's like you said, there's no evidence to support the idea that Bumblebee's reckless or young and reckless. To me, that sounds more like Hot Rod, or before he becomes Rodimus Prime. Actually, now I think about it, that's actually really similar with Optimus fighting Lockdown and Bumblebee coming in to help. It's like, that's not exactly the same, but like with Optimus fighting Megatron in the 86 movie, and Hot Rod comes in to try and help, but ends up making it worse because he's young and reckless. I mean, at least in that, he then, after he was injured, he then came up to Optimus and said, "Forgive me."
Right. That's why I say I don't know why people that's why I say I don't know why people get mad at Hot Rod so much, because at least Hot Rod admits that he makes mistakes, especially at Optimus' deathbed. By the way, I mean, I'll give Kat Rocha a pass because she's awesome, but anybody else I'm like, bruh, Hot Rod's not that bad. I'm not gonna contend with Kat because she don't like. I know she doesn't like Hot Rod when it comes to the A6 movie. But I'm like, I'll give you that because you're the night editor, so you know your stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna contend with that.
Yeah.
Bruh.
I did find it strange that
last night that movie. Go ahead.
I find it strange when they included Hot Rod in the last night. I don't know why they changed him so much. Like, they gave him a French accent. They took away most of his characterization from the original show, and also they made
basically
they didn't go with the red and orange design. They went with mostly black but with a reddish orange flame pattern. And you give Optimus more.
They made him a sip for a human girl.
Oh yeah.
Then Hot Rod.
I completely forgot about that part.
Yeah, they made him because he's French. They make him a simp for the human lady, whose name escapes me, but apparently she's a distant relative to Sam Witwicky. Again, it's back to we don't care about the Witwickies. We don't care about the Witwickies. We stopped caring after 3. We thought we were going to be cool with K. And you ruined him in last night. He's a jackass. And excuse my French, guys. He's a jackass in last night now. Because they're like he's a jackass in his stitch, but he's got some qualities to him that I like. But he's a complete jackass And they still see Angels last night. And they had to ruin Lennox. They had to ruin Lennox. My boy Lennox. The one saving grace of this
Yeah.
movie franchise was Lennox. And they made him like this super. He's a totally different character. They don't even reference his family. They forgot about his family over time. They don't care about his family anymore. I was like, I never forgot. Y'all forgot, but I didn't. Bruh. He had a wife and a child. And yeah, he's going around hunting Transformers. What's up with that now? Or at least he's hunting a Cybertronian at this point. Like, don't matter if they're Decepticons or Autobot. You know that? Remember that? And
Yeah.
last night I'm like, bruh, what? I'm like the Godfather. That meme in Godfather. Look at how they massacred my Linux. Because that broke my heart when I saw him doing that. I was like, Linux, you were cool. Why would they do this to you, man? Why are you the he's not the bad guy, but he's the antagonist for a while until he becomes the good guy again. I'm like, why? Why? Come on, man. Why'd y'all do that? Why'd you do that? uh we're at the 4 hour mark. You wanna read some comments real quick?
Doesn't look like we've
Matthew?
got too many comments in the past, like,
We
I
got
don't know, like half an hour, I suppose. I think.
on my end on my end, we got tons of comments, especially Bay movie related. So yeah, let's go with that. Well, Samuel Protest's comment first, and he says, Bayforce was also sadly my childhood until the fourth one when I started seeing through all of it being trash. We're sipping through. Excuse me. Congratulations, Dread 2012 for getting Batman's box set. By the way, and I know about the whole pulling of movies in Disney Plus. Saying Proctor about nostalgia create. He said, that's something I have not heard in a long time." Or listener when he was here says the two Bayformers I liked was the first movie and Dark Side of the Moon. The worst Bayformers movie I saw was The Last Night, mostly for how confusing and boring it was. It was bloated, completely bloated. Too much lore. They're trying to cram in a lot of made up lore, not Transformers lore, but made up lore, like the whole Arthur and his knights, right? Matthew Flynn.
Yeah. I think the only instance of something like that is a G1 episode where a couple of Autobots, Starscream and like I think a few Autobots get transported into medieval times, and Starscream attempts to overthrow a king from his castle. I think there's another episode where some cowboys riding on horseback come out of a portal into modern day, or modern day when it was the 80s.
Right. Simon Proctor says Michael Bay. I say it's to Transformers what Zack Snyder is to his DC movies. Simon Proctor hate to sound controversial, but I would rather Zack Snyder take on Transformers at this point when it comes to them, because at least he'll try to follow the story to some extent. But here's the kicker though. Here's the kicker. I want pre Man of Steel Zack Snyder to work on Transformers, not post Man of Steel. Because pre Man of Steel, Zack Snyder was still fresh. He was still finding his footing, and he probably would follow the Transformers to a T. And some hope in my mind wants me to believe that he's a fan of Transformers. some hope in my mind. You know what I'm saying? But post Man of Steel Superman, Man of Steel Zack Snyder, that dude's jaded. That dude is jaded and grudgy. He wants to continue to write Watchmen. That's what he want to do. That's all he want to do. But he had that spirit. But now I think he lost it. I think he's best off writing his own stuff so at least we can critique him on his own merit, like the Owls of Gahoo. He did that owl movie. Remember that? That 3D owl
Yeah.
movie, which I wish he would. I wish he had continued that story. I know that's probably based off a book too, by the way. But I wish he had continued that one because that was an interesting story to tell. Schooner Tuna
Yeah.
says it's popping up. All the characters in Bayformers were stereotypes in the Rocko Sock'em Robots movie and pretending that they were Transformers. I would say the best Rocko Sock'em Robots is Real Steel, but yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's the thing. The stereotypes of go ahead,
No, I was just saying. Yeah.
go ahead. You want
Yeah.
to chime
Real
in? Go
Steel
ahead.
does. Yeah, I was gonna say Real Steel. Yeah, that definitely does have more Rock'em Sock'em Robots feel to it.
I kind of wish they would have kept. I wish they would have titled it Rock'em Sock'em Robots because then that may have got a lot of people interested. Uh, Bragamar, he's gone now, but he left a few words here. I've mentioned this before, but I always was annoyed about how sound couldn't even finish a sentence half the time. That's Michael Bay's writing to a T, dialogue writing. I mean, most of the characters over time, his type of style of dialogue, they always either interrupt each other, they stutter each other, they outstutter each other. They can never seem to they can never seem to finish a sentence. Kind of mirrors real life in a way. So he might have
Yeah.
had something going there. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying he might have been a genius there to give the man some kind of credit. He might he might be a genius there. That's true to real life. Sometimes they're stuttering. Sometimes they argue with each other, and that's my biggest problem about the human side of Michael Bay's movies. They always talk in arguments. Even in Bad Boys, they always talk in arguments. Matt Newey says, no, Michael Bay doesn't have people calling these movies to be masterpiece all of a sudden. Or he means now, I think. I don't know. I'll click on his next comment. We haven't reached the point where these people hate these films so much they're circling around calling them amazing. They only called the first one amazing. But of course, Sam Parker's gone, Brian Gilmore's gone, Owen List is gone, but we still have Schooner. And we still have 5 watchers. I'm scrolling down these to see who has joined us today. Schooner asks, or at least he makes a joke. Why is Shia LaBeouf popular? 2 words, Even Stevens. Who gives a damn about Even Stevens to this day? The man threatened to kill his girlfriend one time. I don't think Even Stevens is going to be watchable now. Now I'm putting that image in your mind. And he joked about killing dogs, by the way. Did y'all remember Study Hall? Can y'all watch Even Stevens now? Can y'all watch Holes now? Now that he said those lines? I still like him in Fury, though. Still like him in Fury. He was cool. You ever seen Fury? The tech
No, I
movie with
haven't.
Brad Pitt and
No, I've not seen
John Bernthal? Oh, dude, check that out. Dude, check that one out. That's a good movie. A good war movie, I mean. Very, very bloody. Very, very, very messy, but in a good way. It's like, of course, nothing compares to Saving Private Ryan, but like it's got that Saving Private Ryan flair to it, where it's bloody and gory, but it has a purpose to it, to show
Yeah.
the harshness of war. But yeah, check out Fury.
Okay,
Schooner
yeah,
Twitter says, "Look, this is not a knock on my yeah." Schooner says, "Look, this is not a knock on Michael Bay. I love his movies. He just really missed the mark with Transformers. Nobody's telling you you're not allowed to like Michael Bay. Like him all you want. Hunt. Did he do Hunt? He did The Rock, Hunt for Red October, I think, and he did the Bad Boys movie. If you like any of those movies, that's fine, dude. There's nothing wrong with that. There's never nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, Manu says he says, "Oh yeah, the root for me because I'm a girl trailer." Yeah. Oh my goodness, that was a terrible trailer. Terrible promotional. She doesn't really again. She doesn't really do much other than just talk about how she's gonna stay and she's gonna fight them. With what? Your little robot, your little discount R2D2. With what? What are you? That's why I exclaimed to the theater when she said, "I want to stay and I want to fight them." With what? K got a gun? Do you got a gun? Do you have combat training? I mean, you know your way around Molotov cocktails, but do you have any combat training? What are you gonna fight them with, little girl? Go home. Would you have said that to her when she said that, little girl? Go home. Because I would have said that, little girl, go home.
Yeah.
you you gonna add your 2 cents? Go ahead, add your 2 cents, buddy. Add your
Yeah,
2 cents, buddy.
I definitely would have like
What do you
got
thought?
her out of that whole situation. It's like you're way too young to be experiencing all this craziness right now. I mean, that's gonna mess you up in later life.
Mm-hmm. If it has, if it hasn't already, after she's seen one of her robot friends get killed in front of her, drilling dripping and drooling energon or at least like fluid in front of green fluid in front of her. They changed the energon blood over time when Dark of the Moon came out. Remember that? Because at first when they shoot them, you see sparks coming out of them. You see the energon come out. It's white. Remember that? But now that they gave them green blood, I'm like, why? Why would you make them bleed like that? They're robots. Oh, I was going to read Schooner's comment here. I almost forgot. Schooner says, "Why were Skits and Mudflat racist? They were the comedy duo who ended up taking down a massive monster-sized Transformers." Yeah, that was their depiction of Devastator. The reason why they were called racist stereotypes because they had a gold tooth, gold buck teeth, big ears, big eyes, and they spoke in black slang. And what was the straw that broke the camel's back was when later in Rise of the Fallen, no, Revenge of the Fallen.
Yeah, I think it was Revenge of the Fallen.
Yeah, Revenge of the Fallen. They Sam approached them about reading Cybertronian writing, and they say, "Oh, we don't know. Oh, that's old. That's old Cybertronian writing. We don't know how to we don't read much." That's where everybody really got heated because it's to them it's like black people don't know how to read. Honey, I know a lot of black folk that don't know how to read that good. That ain't nothing new to me, and that ain't even a problem for me. So I've been around a lot of black folk that don't read as good. Some might have had dyslexia that we probably don't even know about. That they probably don't even know about. Others are just too lazy to read, or at least too lazy to learn to read. And I ain't afraid to say that. That y'all can get up in my face about that. Y'all know who y'all is. That's my streetness coming out now. uh, I like Dread's comment here. America! Eagle screams in the distance. And Crunk is back actually. Crunk is back. He says, "Here's the kicker." I don't know what the kicker is, but I'm pretty sure he's going to add something to it. Manu says, and Bumblebee was apparently in World War II. How have giant robots been on Earth for seemingly centuries, but no one knew? Apparently, they had a good way of hiding stuff. Matt Crunk says, Snyder lost lost that loving feeling. Woo, that loving feeling. He lost that loving feeling. Now it's gone, gone, gone. I don't know what song that is. Manu says, I see people calling BVS of all things a masterpiece. It's not. It's it's way more. I will say it's not nearly a mess that last night was though. I will say that's the only good thing I can say about Batman v Superman. Crunk also mentions that Michael Bay also directed the remake to The Island, or at least the remake to Clonus, which is called The Island with Ewan McGregor and Charlize Theron. And you're right, there's not that many comments, so we can kind of either wrap this up or we can continue talking. Do you want to continue talking, Matthew?
Well, there any more rantings and ravings that you wanna do? I'm pretty much tapped out on things to rage about without the Bay films.
Yeah, I will. You know what? I do, but I want to say something positive now about what something positive that came out of the Bayformers films. We got Bumblebee. That's all I'm happy about. We got Bumblebee. Did you see Bumblebee, by the way? And
Yeah,
we'll end.
I've not seen the
Go ahead.
film in cinemas, but I do have it on DVD and I have watched it.
What's your take on Bumblebee, by the way?
I actually really enjoyed Bumblebee. I liked the more focused story, and and also it's more consistent with itself. I do find it slightly strange that there's still a few minor inconsistencies, like the Decepticon at the beginning that attacks Bumblebee. It's weird. It looks like Starscream, but the director Travis Knight said it's Blitzwing, but he looks nothing like Blitzwing. That's I don't understand
Right.
that vision. I know at some point this was intended to be a prequel to the Bay films, but then I think it's kind of Paramount kind of went back and forth on making it a reboot or making it a prequel to the Bay films. And I think based on whether fans show a large amount of support or don't like it, it depends on which option they go with.
Yeah, it suffered the problem I had with X-Men First Class. It didn't know whether it wanted to be a reboot. It answered this question there once we got to the rest of the X-Men franchise. It was basically just a continuation of the previous films, but in a prequel manner, right?
Yeah.
So until Dark Phoenix happened, which hopefully me and Schooner Turner are going to talk about that one day. And boy, I have a lot to say about Dark Phoenix. Um, my take on Bumblebee, I've watched it 5 times already on my Blu-ray. I got my Blu-ray copy of it. I still love it. For every rewatch I've done of it, like it keeps getting better and better. Yeah, I gotta give you that one with Blitzwing. But but me not being that familiar with all the Transformers, or at least all all each individual Cybertronian, I just roll with it mostly roll with it. But any fan that can point out the inconsistencies, I'm all for it. Like you have so far, you know. What do you think about
Yeah.
the new villains that
Shatter and
what they're
Dropkick.
called again? Say that again.
Yeah, Shatter
Shatter.
and Dropkick.
I should know because yeah. What do you think about those two?
I actually really liked them. They actually showed some personality, which is something that was sorely lacking from the Bay films. I like I also like that they're an instance of actually showing us some triple changes for once. Because I think we got a hint of a triple changer with Drift from the fourth movie, but that didn't feel like he was a triple changer. It
Yeah,
felt more like he was a helicopter 1 minute and then he decided to be a car and then he never went back to being a helicopter. That, that didn't quite feel like
yeah.
a
That
triple
was
changer,
for
more of a
more of a we just don't have the budget to keep him as a helicopter in certain scenes. That's why I see that as is when every time they have him as a car, I'm like, oh, so you because I did notice that was what was his name again?
Drift.
Sideswipe, right? Drift. I was like, where's that blue car coming from? Who was that? Is that supposed to be Drift? Huh. So you guys are too lazy to punch in enough money to make him a helicopter still. So why make him a helicopter if you ain't got that much? I mean, you did not have that problem with Blackout when you could afford to have a pilot somebody pilot a black a helicopter. But yeah, I'm done, right? We need to talk about something good. Let's keep it to
Yeah.
Bumblebee. I also see that they kept the Dark of the Moon kind of dark tone, which that scene where I think it was Dropkick that turned that dude into paste.
Yeah.
Was it Dropkick? He said, "I like the way I did pop." Some dark humor there, or like when Shatter would be like, friend human." I'm like, honey, come on. I'm liking your style right now. I'm liking your style. The way how she's talking to human friend, or they're trying to be this whole native alien thing, you know.
Yeah.
Like how she was doing that, and I also like how she kneels. And he's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Oh, this is so embarrassing. I was like, huh. What did you think about
Oh
the
yeah.
Iron Giant aspect to Bumblebee? Like the whole. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. The I actually didn't mind them borrowing that idea. I mean, it kind of because like the whole idea with the Iron Giant is it kind of humanizes the giant, which is definitely what we want from Transformers. We want them to be humanized, or at least the good guys. We want them to be like humanized and like relatable, or at least we want them to actually have like an emotional connection to them. Because otherwise, what's the point in having them be the
The
star of the movie if we
extras,
can't connect them?
right? In one of the extras, they intentionally made Bumblebee's eyes larger. Did you notice that his eyes was larger than his other iterations
I didn't notice that.
to give him this innocent? Yeah, I didn't notice that either until I checked out the making of, and the I think the art director, I think she was the art director, this lady. She said they intentionally made his eyes a bit bigger so you can like really get more expression from his from his expressions, like very expressive eyes. I was like, that is actually a unique take on that. I like it. You gave him a bit of an incense, especially when he had his memory kind of fried a bit, and he's like kind of trying to he's like getting it back, you know, in increments during the movie,
Yeah,
especially especially harkening back to the Iron Giant thing when he gets his memory back, he gets all combat modey, and his eyes turn red. He's almost like he's almost a Decepticon in that regard. But they also they kind of kept the whole partial changing abilities that he had, which I didn't mind that. It's going to be something that's going to stay with the Transformers now, but I don't know what they're going to do in the future because I hear they're supposed to be doing a part 5 Transformers, supposedly.
yeah. I've also heard rumor about a Beast
But
Wars movie.
I'm not. I'm passing. I'm passing. Beast Wars is my childhood, and I don't. I've been that beaten dog for a while. You know. What you think about what's her name, Charlie from Bumblebee?
Yeah, I'm happy that she wasn't
Haley
like
Stank.
yeah, yeah, I'm happy that she wasn't like a just a
Go ahead.
woke mouthpiece like stand-in or anything. I'm happy that she like they gave her some
Okay.
personality and let her
Well,
be
let me
her
get in
own
here first,
person.
Corey.
Oh, I think he muted.
Yeah, I had to mute. I had noise
Ah,
in the background. Sorry, what were you saying?
yeah, I was saying behind
Go
Haley
ahead.
Steinfeld's character. Yeah, but like they didn't just make her like some woke liberal mouthpiece or anything. They just be, let the character just progress naturally and have like her own like emotions and personalities and like some faults to her.
She had vulnerability, is what you're saying. She a woman's not allowed to show her feelings. We always demand a man is always demanding her to show like, get out of here. Men have feelings too. We have our vulnerabilities. We're just stoic most of the time. But the thing is that even then, like male characters do show their vulnerabilities too when they confess their fears to a person that they willing to confess their fears to because they're the ones that they trust that confession to, right?
Yeah,
But when it comes to ladies, it's like the vulnerability is on display. They wear their emotions on their sleeve in that case, especially when the fact that she lost her dad and she's still grieving, you know, or at least
yeah,
that's what the mother had assumed. That's why she's doing what she's doing. She's grieving, and that's real. The stuff that they write with her, or at least the way how they write her, it's real. And I think the writer is a woman in this movie. It is a woman. The writer is a woman. The director is Travis Knight, but the writer is a woman.
yeah,
And she says some very questionable things when I heard her talking in the interview. But I'm like, okay, you're cool. I'm gonna watch you. I'm gonna watch you with a microscope though. By the way, so careful what you're saying there, because she was talking about some the way how she talked about Charlie is what most social progressives will say about their female characters. But she won me over when she really got into the heart of it. You know, when she
yeah,
started getting to the heart of it, I was like, you're not woke. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you're not woke. She had me worried there, dude. She had me worried. I was like,
yeah,
I'm gonna have like you keep talking like you keep talking. I'm gonna have bias remorse. I can't trade this in. I got to pawn this now. But when she got to her, I was like, oh, now I don't feel bad buying this movie. At least unless Haley Stanfield do something stupid or say something stupid online or do something woke, and I'm like, yeah, I can't keep this movie anymore because I can't watch her no more. But other than that, I guess we can quickly talk about the war for Cybertron games and devastation for a bit, and then we can wrap this up. Go
mm.
ahead, you can lead this one,
Oh, okay.
Matthew.
Well, I really enjoyed playing War for Cybertron. I actually played because most of my games I have on either like PS2, PS3, PS4. I actually had Fall of Cybertron on Xbox 360 when I had one for a while, and I actually really enjoyed playing it because I actually specifically got the that game. Like I got the Xbox and that game so I could play online with one of my friends who only had an Xbox 360 and only had that version of the game. I actually really enjoyed the multiplayer because you could customize your own you can customize your own transformer, and you could pick between 4 different classes to customize. The actual story itself is
Okay,
actually not too far off from G1. Like it's its own thing, but it definitely takes inspiration, but in the right ways and in the right places.
I I really did love the story to War for Cybertron, definitely, especially the characterizations of each Cybertronian, of the Autobots and the Decepticons. I like the way how you play the story in War for Cybertron. You can actually pick a side to play in no particular order. Like you can play the
Yeah,
Decepticons or the Autobots. I even like Megatron's characterization in the beginning opening of the Decepticon story. Right,
yeah.
we're gonna ram this ship into ram them, but everybody that'll kill everybody. Does anybody else have an opinion? I was like, dude, that's Megatron. Or like when you're walking through one area of one map, and there's like chained up, like shackled Autobots that you can choose to kill for your leisure, and you hear Decepticons like one saying, "It's Lord Megatron. Speak when only been spoken to." Oh hell, Megatron! The pleasure is all yours. There's like nifty interactions there that I liked, or like Barricade is one, of course, played by Steve Bloom, as I mentioned. Is the only one that's actually sizing up Megatron and not getting punished for it for whatever reason. He says an interesting landing that we had. An interesting landing there, Lord Megatron. Silence, Barricade. Move forward. Something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing, but like
Yeah.
those are instances where even he started challenging Megatron, and Megatron still shuffles forward like Barricade, just shut up. When you know in that moment he could have torn him a new one with his cannon, or like say for instance, Bumblebee voiced by John Young Bosch in this version. Um, that's where he's got this reckless attitude, but he listens to Optimus all the same, because this, and I'm saying Optimus as Optimus, not Optimus Prime, because he doesn't get the Prime mantle yet until later in the game, where he talks to Core, right?
Yeah,
Or the
when he talks
Cybertron's
to
Core,
yeah, Primus. Yeah, because
Primus. There we go,
because
Primus.
the
Sorry.
Matrix is like is the Matrix itself is a part of Primus. In fact, actually, every Cybertronian spark is actually a fraction of Primus's spark, and when they die, they then go rejoin back into his spark. Obviously, in later depictions,
Hmm.
it's been changed to be the where everyone when someone dies, their spark goes back up to Primus and becomes one with the Allspark. Because I believe
Okay.
obviously the Allspark is like referring to Primus's spark, but also the power source, the Allspark itself.
Hmm. Though Bumblebee doesn't get a voice in Fall of Cybertron. He's more of a tutorial character at that point, and I think they were trying to
Yeah,
commission High Moon to tie into the Bayformers games, which was a big mistake on their part. I still consider War and Fall their own separate entities. Though I would also say that I'd rather combine them with the next game I want to talk about, Devastation. That I'd rather combine those two with.
yeah.
If you,
Because
what do you think?
I know Devastation is supposed to take place after season 2 of the original cartoon, but before the movie. And because
Right.
I know I think there's a pathway that you can take when you're in. I think it's when you're on Cybertron or when you're like going through tunnels, and you can find a room where like this computer will basically tell tell you about future events or possible future events, and obviously it references the events of the '86 movie. I do actually really enjoy the
Right.
combat system in Devastation, and
Um.
also the first boss fight with Devastator when he like jumps over a building, and then and then you fight him a second time later on, and not only do you then have to face the Devastator, but then you have to fight Menasor as well. And you got like 2 combiners, and you got to fight 2 of them.
Yeah. What did you think about playing as the features in Fall of Cybertron? What do you thought about controlling Metroplex and Grimlock and Bruticus?
I
What was
think
your
the
take on those?
I mean the Metroplex was, I'm kind of middle of the road on that. It's like I understand why they designed it like that, because he's just such a large and powerful character. It'd be kind of overkill if you could literally just control him fully and just start blasting everything, because you're destroying most of the enemies that way. So I understand using him like sparingly and only really being able to direct his attacks. But I actually really enjoyed playing as Grimlock and Bruticus a lot more. Because I like with Grimlock, you have to kind of build up your rage before you can then transform and start breathing fire on all the Insecticons in the area. I know in the multiplayer mode, I think you can customize one of the characters to be a Grimlock or look like Grimlock, but he doesn't like control the same. He controls completely different.
Right. I gotta laugh when you make Metroplex punch Megatron several times. That's one thing I got a kick out of that. I was like, yes, again, 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 again. And it's not that I was like really like you know, not really hating Megatron at that much. It's just like I was enjoying controlling Metroplex, just punching them. I was like, again, again, again. I was like, well, or at least like he was all doing that grandstand and talking about that good squat, and I'm like I just want him to shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. But Bruticus, I definitely like controlling too. It was it was kind of weird when it transitioned to it. Grimlock on the other hand, now that was my favorite of play, was especially his lines. This form, something's wrong. Swoop, get down here now. You know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that's all I gotta say about War and Fall. Other than like when it comes to War, yes, Sarah Proctor, we're about to wrap it up now soon. Good thing you come back, but we're about to wrap up soon. But other than War for Cybertron, I know I said this in the green room. I'll repeat it again. It was easy to transition like attacks when transforming. Like when you transform, you can still melee in mid transformation. You can shoot in mid transform. That smooth control was beautifully done, and I think they enhanced. They did it. I will say it's a lot better in Fall of Cybertron, especially when you add in some other elements like stealth with Cliff Jumper. Cliff Jumper was a stealth. Oh, Cliff Jumper. He's always that one guy that gets killed. He's they're starting. It seems like they're trying to make him the Sean Bean of the Transformers world, because didn't he get killed in Prime?
And yeah,
became a zombie.
Did. Yeah, he got resurrected,
and then he gets killed in.
Yeah, second time.
and then he gets killed in Bumblebee. Like, you're starting to become the Sean Bean now of Transformers.
They slice him in half, like vertically down his face.
Yeah, he barely even gets the last word in. That's that sends a chill down my spine. How ruthless the triple changes were, the shatter and drop kick were. But it's been a pleasure with you talking Transform with you, Matthew Flynn.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed being on the stream chatting.
So hopefully we have enough time to hop into the professor's stream tonight. I don't know about the Catholic Bible Geek. I think he's still raring to go on that one. But let me go over what's happening tomorrow and in the future. Now, I know in the previous stream I didn't really mention Troy's stream, but Troy is having a fixing the DCEU stream tomorrow, and he's open for anybody to jump in as a speaker. So anybody who's there who wants to talk to Troy tomorrow, he has that stream yard open. I know I myself is going to be in it. I know you probably are going to join in too, Matthew Flynn.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
I believe. I believe later that day it'll be me and Mr. Matchstick doing Space Marine again. I don't know if the professor is doing his Couture stream that same night, but we'll see. Uh, Saturday is Troy's not Troy's Big Al's rewatch Battle Beyond the Stars. Sarah Proctor just mentioned that the professor's stream is canceled and he's having internet issues. So nothing for the professor tonight, guys. Sorry about that. Sunday will be the rebranded study hall. I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a new name this time around with H Boomer and Troy Pacelli. Later on to later on that night will be me and Matchstick. I think we're doing a rewatch of Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Monday will be Sound Engraver's Monday Night Muse. Oh, hey there, Sound Engraver. Check out Monday Night Muse with Sound Engraver. Be sure to listen and learn something because she has a lot to say and a lot to teach all the same at the same time. So she comes up with interesting topics. Next Tuesday will be Wolf Commander Rambles. Me and Schooner Tune will be continuing season 3 review of X-Men Evolution. Wednesday will be Green Line Girls gaming stream of Hitman. No, actually, I think she's now transitioning to Final Fantasy VII next Wednesday. Later on, not later on, sharing that spot is Songs of Birdman with Daniel Herron and H Boomer. I don't know if you or Big Al this time. I think it's Big Al and Daniel Herron this time instead of H Boomer because of his work schedule. Thursday is Until Further Notice of what's going to be happening in Wolf Command Rounds on Thursday, and hopefully the professor will continue the the book study of Kenobi. But other than that, you guys take care. This has been your Wolf Commander Wolf Tan. Sign us out, Matthew Flynn, with your own way. Sign us out.
Oh, till all are one.
There we go.
I think I'll
Tune in
work
next
on
time,
that.
guys. We nothing but yeah. That's kind of like a that's kind of like a thing for me when I have a person next to me, a wingman, if you will. Like in the case with Owen Lister, he's always like, "Good night, everybody, and please subscribe to the Wolf and hit that like button. And if you don't, I will visit you in the dead of night with my Guyver armor and with my Mega Smasher." Now let's end it with hopefully that will never come. Hopefully that'll never come to that won't be necessary. Or in the case of Schooner Tuna, boop 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 boop. But yeah, like I was like try to give you guys a bit of a signing off. Anyways, that'll be it for tonight, everybody. You guys take care, drive safe, be safe, chase the dream, love the dream, be the dream. So, take care, everybody. Go ahead, say goodbye, Matthew.
Goodbye, everyone.
And